Well, good morning, Australia. I'm Mike Raymond. Welcome to our telecast of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 Classic from Mount Panorama at Bathurst. As you've guessed, we're on our way from Channel 7 in Sydney, 160 kilometres west to Australia's fastest mountain. Well, the terrain between Sydney and Bathurst is amongst the most beautiful to be found anywhere in Australia. A crystal blue day over Sydney Harbour, the Opera House glimmering as we head west now to Mount Panorama. So settle back and enjoy our flight to Mount Panorama and all of the colour and all of the atmosphere of Australia's great race. Here we come over Mount Panorama. We'll be taking a break and then returning you live to all the action of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 live from Mount Panorama at Bathurst.
Go one.
We can get into the thick and the group. Can you get a few of the pits, will you, just to spread the group up? We don't just Channel 7 people. So be very quick. What a big crowd.
of the total domination. There you can see the scene below us as we swing across the top of the Hardie Bridge. Below us, to the left, you can see the massive expanse of pit area, campers, all of the trade people who assemble here at Bathurst up to 4 or 5 days before the start of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000. A beautiful setting and a beautiful day here at Mount Panorama at Bathurst, and what a race it promises to be this year, the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000. For the first time in a number of years, we don't have that total domination by Holden. Of course, we have a Chevrolet Camaro sitting on pole for today's race, and alongside Kevin Bartlett in the Channel 9 car will, of course, be Dick Johnson of Queensland. A great setting, the adrenaline just starting to pump now. It's just reached 8 o'clock on the east coast of Australia. The race, of course, gets underway at 10 o'clock Eastern Coast time this morning. And quite a few of the campers have been up on the hill overnight having their own little parties, and now starting to come alive as they can start to hear the exhaust roar in the pits as the final tuning is done. Well, of course, each Hardie-Ferodo 1000 telecast means the introduction of the morning activities by the head of our Channel 7 commentary team, Evan Green. So we'll go trackside now as the cars make their way around the circuit up to the camping areas and the spectator areas. Let's go trackside to Evan Green.
Thank you very much, Mike Raymond, and welcome to Mount Panorama here at Pitside on Australia's greatest racing circuit. We've got a 163-lap race coming up to you today, and anyone who thought it was going to be a one-horse race wasn't watching practice yesterday, because we saw some cars get up who weren't expected to do well, and the promises here of a really fast and tremendously exciting race. Now, in practice yesterday, the heroes were two people who haven't been on the front row of the grid here ever. One has won the race in the past, but the favourite is back in the second row of the grid. To tell you just what happened among that top 10, it's over to our commentator, Gary Wilkinson.
6 Holden Commodores, 3 XD Falcons and 1 Chevrolet Camaro. They make up the top 10 on the front of the grid for the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000, the great race today. Let's check them out from 10 right back through to number 1 in the pole position. 10th fastest in the runoff was number 16, the Greater Pacific Finance Commodore, in 2:27.452 with Gary Rogers and Fred Geisler. 9th fastest, car 1, the Federation Insurance Unipart Falcon, driven by Alan Moffat and John Fitzpatrick. Their qualifying time 2:26.596. On the 4th row of the grid, the 8th fastest qualifier in car 8, the Cadbury Schweppes Commodore, 2:25.505 with Peter Jansen and Larry Perkins. 7th fastest was car 10, the Roadways Gown Hindar Commodore, driven by Charlie O'Brien and Garth Wigston. Their qualifying time 2:24.038. On the 3rd row of the grid, 6th fastest qualifier in car 7, the Channel 7 Breville Falcon, in 2:23.805, Bob Morris and Bill O'Brien. The 5th fastest in car 6, the Craven Mild Commodore, 2:23.650, Alan Grice and John Smith. On the 2nd row of the grid, 4th fastest qualifier, car 25, the Marlborough Holden Dealer Team Commodore, 2:23.005, John Harvey and Ron Harrop, and alongside them, teammates and reigning Australian Touring Car Champion, last year's Bathurst winner, car 05, MHDT Commodore, a time of 2:21.815, Peter Brock and Jim Richards. And so to the front row of the grid, 2nd fastest qualifier, car 17, the Palmer Tube Mills Falcon, 2:21.117, Dick Johnson and John French. And the fastest qualifier, the pole sitter for the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000, car 9, the 9 Network Camaro, Kevin Bartlett and Bob Forbes, 2:20.972, their qualifying time. They're the top 10 for the 1980 great race, the Hardie-Ferodo 1000. Here's Evan Green.
Thank you, Gary. Way back in 1965, a tradition began here at the mountain when 2 international drivers appeared. Paddy Hopkirk and the Finn Timo Mäkinen drove, of all things, Mini Cooper S's. The following year, another Finn, Rano Aaltonen, won at the mountain. Imagine Mini's winning, but the important thing was he began a tradition of success by international drivers, and that's been continued right through. We've added to that tradition by bringing you international commentators. Today's man is Chris Economaki, who'll tell you who are the international drivers taking part in the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000.
The prestige and fame of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 has spread far from Australia's beautiful beaches and rocky coast. It's known now around the world, and as a consequence, it has drawn 5 internationalists for today's field. We have Britain's Derek Bell, at age 38, a 16-year veteran of motorsports, in his 4th Hardie-Ferodo appearance. Bell has an impressive long-distance record. He won Le Mans in 1975 and twice won the World Sports Car Championship in 1971 and 1975. Today, he's the chief test driver for Porsche of Germany. I asked Bell what his most impressive moment in motorsports was, and he said, well, perhaps it's winning Le Mans, but then again, I was invited to have tea with the Queen because I won. Another Briton on the list is 37-year-old John Fitzpatrick, 18 years a racing driver, almost half his life. He won here in 1976, and he has spent 1980 primarily in the United States, winning the IMSA GT Championship. He's doing his 3rd Porsche Cup this year, an impressively brilliant long-distance driver. He has won at every World Championship of Makes track around the world except Le Mans, and he shares a Ford Falcon today with Alan Moffat. Then we have, from nearby New Zealand, 39-year-old Graham Lawrence, who's best known for his open wheel racing, a former Tasman Series winner and winner once of the Southeastern Asian Nations Series Championship. He's come back from very serious injuries to become a top-flight racing driver, and he co-drives number 18 today with Murray Carter. And then we have, our last 2 foreign visitors are from my country, the United States. America's they're arriving as a team in Ron Dixon's number 12 Camaro. Dick Barber, at age 40, is perhaps known better for his organizational ability as a team manager than as a racing driver. Yet he has won the last 3 Sebring races straight, and his cars have won the IMSA Championship this year. His credits include a 2nd place at Le Mans last year with actor Paul Newman, and he's a veteran long-distance driver. Lastly, Sam Posey, at 36, a 15-year veteran of the sport, and Sam is more than a racing driver. He's an author, he's a television commentator, and he designs furniture. Sam's credits include 6 Formula 5000 victories. In his first Indianapolis 500 appearance, he was 5th, and he has also been 3rd at Le Mans. An impressive list of international drivers here for today's Hardie-Ferodo 1000. And back to you, Evan.
Thank you, Chris Economaki, who unhappily was the only person injured at Mount Panorama last year when Chris fell on the pit wall and broke 4 ribs. But like a true trooper, kept on going. Glad to have Chris Economaki back again. We'll be having a really big camera coverage of this year's race. It seems to get bigger and better every year. There are no fewer than 22 cameras being used. We have 18 on the ground, and the camera shots that you probably remembered most of all, 2 from the cars this year, 1 in the Peter Williamson Toyota, another in Bob Morris's Falcon, and we promise to bring you even greater action. Wait till you see the way Bob Morris goes, and I guarantee you'll be scouring the carpets in your home as you put the brake on. We also, of course, have the pioneering shot that we brought in some years ago. That is the camera in the helicopter, and that will be part of the television coverage brought to you here through Mount Panorama this year. 22 cameras in all to bring you right into the middle of this race in a way I think you will never have experienced before. Well, this is the great race, and we'll be coming back in just a few moments for more action here live from Mount Panorama at Bathurst.
Last year's telecast of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 created a little world history. In our telecast, we provided viewers around Australia with an armchair ride with Peter Williamson. Peter Williamson carried live commentary, and it was the brainchild of John Porter, who is the system specialist from ATN Channel 7 in Sydney. John, basically, if we can explain to the viewers about today's race, how the camera will work, the weight of the camera, is it the best available, is it the only camera that you can use?
Yes, this is a very special camera that we've brought in just for this kind of special project, where we can separate the head, which is this part carrying the main lens, and the rest of the CCU, the rest of the equipment.
Yeah.
The idea is to try and get the head as light as possible to get over a lot of the problems of balance, vibration, and so that you can make a small unit that you can set up where the passenger's head would normally be.
Yeah. Okay, so we're looking at an all-up weight of what?
About 50 pounds, including all the microwave equipment.
All right, so they're allowed, Peter Williamson is basically allowed to take the front seat out, so he's really carrying about a 33 or 35 pound penalty
That's
in the
true,
race.
but the way this cloud has been going, I don't think that'll cause any problems.
Let's take a look now inside the car and how this camera will operate during today's Hardie-Ferodo 1000.
We like to place it just around here to give the viewer the same kind of shot that he would get if he was a passenger alongside.
That was last year, all right?
Yes.
Now, you've come up with, you've done a lot of homework in this, and I believe another first for viewers around Australia today with this telecast.
Well, we hope so. It should make pretty exciting viewing. A lot of our viewers ask, could they see just a little bit more of what it's like inside the car during the race?
Yeah.
To see the gear shifting, the wheel work of Peter Williamson.
Yeah.
So we came up with a suggestion of a pan and tilt head, remotely controlled from our base, so that we'll be able to see all the footwork and changing gear and going down through those bends. Therefore, we had to develop a complete pan and tilt head that would withstand the vibrations during the race.
Well, if you could just hold it up for us and give us an idea of how far the camera will actually tilt and what degrees.
Okay, if we're around here,
Right.
should be able to look at Peter, right down at his footwork, gear shifting, and turn right round and have a look out the back window.
Absolutely extraordinary. And how much work have you put into this in development?
Oh, well, there's many hundreds of hours of work have gone into it. There's not just myself working on it, with a full team of highly skilled mechanics that have built all this equipment up in our own engineering workshops. And that is something really good.
So there you have it, the explanation from John Porter, the man who designed, put the camera into the car last year, created a world first, and we're going to do something a little bit different in today's telecast. Unique. Back to you, Evan.
Thank you very much, Mike. Well, one of the international drivers we mentioned a while ago is Derek Bell, who's become one of our favourite visitors. Derek, this year you're driving again for Brian Foley in the Alfa Romeo in the 2-litre class, but you're a little bit down the field.
Yes, it's quite a long way back there. They tell me there's a better class of people back there, but unfortunately we had a lot of trouble in practice. I didn't go out at all yesterday, and to date I've done about 8 laps. So I'm hoping that when I get out there I'm going to get a good 3-hour stint.
Well, now, who are the cars you've got to beat in the 2-litre class, the ones doing well?
Well, of course, there's Mr. Williamson, who's way out in front, but I hope he might confuse himself with all his cameras. And also, we've got obviously a couple of Escorts up there, and I think another Toyota. But, you know, I'm not too despondent. We just hope that all the work we've done on the car in the last 2 days works out and we go fast.
There's more variety this year than last year. Last year you were right in contention, in fact we're the fastest in practice, but it's getting harder, isn't it?
It is getting harder, but also we're 6 seconds slower than we were last year. This is the thing that's been upsetting us, or certainly me, you know, because the car's pretty slow anyway. For what it is, it's great, but obviously we could do with a few more horsepower, and we thought we'd found it, but we hadn't. We'd gone the wrong way.
What have you been doing in the racing field since we saw you last, Derek?
Well, I've been doing all the development for Porsche. I'm their chief test driver this year of the new Le Mans project, and I probably will carry on next year. So I did Le Mans with them, which was a very interesting program, although not an outright winner. And then I've been driving for BMW in Britain. I'm under contract to them in Britain. And last week I was racing at Dijon in France in the World Championship Sports Car race in a Porsche. And 2 weeks before at Vallelunga, where I was second. And in fact, I was leading last week at Dijon when the differential went. So it's not been too bad, but they're not too good either.
And what are you doing next weekend?
Next weekend, I'll be on my way home.
Derek Bell, one of the stars we'll be seeing in the race today. In practice yesterday, the sessions were anything but incident-free. To run through some of the things that have been happening, once again, it's over to Gary Wilkinson.
Thank you very much, Evan Green. Well, not just practice that's not been incident-free. The whole preparation for this Hardie-Ferodo 1000 1980 has been packed full of incident. Not all of it has been on the track. Alan Moffat turned up here last Wednesday with number 1 on his car, but on the official entry list he was down as number 2. CAM's regulations say that number 1 is reserved for the reigning Australian Touring Car Champion, which Alan Moffat certainly isn't. Peter Brock is. But Moffat said, I want number 1. Brock said, you're quite welcome to use it. And number 1 is on Moffat's car at the moment. What else happened? Well, the Marlborough Holden dealer team on Friday took out an injunction against the Country dealer team over what they thought was 2 similar logo on the rear of the country dealer team's Geminis. That case went to court Friday. It's been adjourned until next Tuesday, and the logo is still on the country dealer team Geminis. No rear spoilers for the smaller capacity cars. That was the ruling that came down from CAMS on Thursday, and it's got the 3 and 2 litre car owners and drivers hopping mad. Spoilers, rear spoilers only on the big cars, the Commodores, the Camaros and the Falcons. Yesterday, up the top of the mountain, we saw car 56, the Gemini of Alan Goff and Colin Spencer, leave the track, smash into the wall up at the top of Skyline. They practically rode it off. They've spent all night rebuilding it. They do intend to take their place in the field this morning, subject to clearance by scrutineering, but they've done a terrific rebuild job. The boys from the Technical College down at Wagga have been up all night, more than 50 men working on the car, and they will take their place in the field. But certainly the most dramatic incident on the track here so far at Mount Panorama in 1980 has been Peter Williamson's Celica, which went off in the second session on Friday afternoon while we were testing the Channel 7 camera. It was hair-raising stuff. Peter hit a patch of oil as he was coming out of the S's down towards Forest Elbow. The car slid off to the right, crunched into the embankment. How it didn't roll over, goodness knows, I don't know. The camera, well, kept rolling, went to black for just a moment, but then came back as good as ever. Peter Williamson's back as good as ever. The car is back as good as ever. The only problem they did have after that was with the motor. It didn't run as strongly as they would like, and I understand they've been working all night putting in a new motor, and they completed that job at 5 o'clock this morning, and Willow will be there bigger, better and stronger than ever. So as you can see, full of incident, and the day has hardly started. We've got more special guests lined up for you, and to talk to them, one of them right now, here's Chris Economaki.
Thank you very much, Gary. In the United States, there are many major sporting events, but the biggest of all is the Indianapolis 500, the largest single-day sporting crowd in the world at the tracks, between 350 and 400,000 people. And the man who runs that show, the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, is here with us today, Mr. John Cooper, who is in the role of honored guest here at Bathurst. John, there's a great similarity here. The interest in the Hardie-Ferodo 1000, I think, is greater than any other sporting event in Australia. What parallels do you see with this race and yours in Indianapolis?
Well, Chris, I've been here for 3 days watching the preparation for today's race, the Hardie-Ferodo 1000, and I see a lot of parallels with our 500 in Indianapolis. This is clearly Australia's biggest motor racing event, and of course, as you know, our 500 is the biggest event in the United States. I think that the circuit here is one of the most spectacular I've ever seen anywhere. You've seen racing circuits all over the world. I think you'd agree that there's something special about the Mount Panorama circuit, and I can hardly wait for the race to begin.
You know, one of the problems the Mount Panorama circuit provides American drivers, we just figured it out the other day, is that in the United States, road courses do not have any blind corners. And the Mount Panorama circuit has a great number of blind corners, and this takes a little getting used to on the part of a driver. Sam Posey and Dick Barber are the American representatives in this race, and they've both said that, you know, it's a different ball game for them. I hope that they have a pretty good day. John, what about the effect of television on the Indianapolis 500? We know that the Hardie-Ferodo 1000's telecast here is bringing the race all over Australia. There's a tremendous amount of interest in it. What about Indianapolis 500 and television?
Well, Chris, that's one thing that the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 has over us. We don't have a telecast of this magnitude. We do go nationally, of course, but it's at night on a delayed basis. One of the reasons for that is that our races run on a holiday Sunday in which most American families are out of their homes doing something, and we think we can bring the race to more people by having it on in the evening. So in that sense, we'll have to take second place to the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 in television coverage.
Well, I don't like to be critical, John, but I think there's one severe criticism that I could level against the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 and the Indianapolis 500 as well. Why do they start so early in the morning?
You know, I was thinking of that driving out here. They're the only two races in the world that I know of that start at 10 a.m. But that's good, I think.
I think so. Okay, let's go back now to Gary Wilkinson for a look at the starting field.
Thank you very much, Chris Economaki. Let's go from the rear of the grid back towards the front. Let's go through about the first 30 cars. And in position 59 on the grid, we've got car 50. This is the Cinzano Gemini, driven by Gary Leggett and David Selden. 58 is car 3. We haven't seen Gossie yet, but he's here. The KTEL NBN3 XJS Jaguar, John Goss and Ron Gillard. Position 57 is car 62, the Meadow League Corolla with John Gates and Alexandra Surplus. Car 50, position 56 is car number 53. This is the one entered by the Bathurst Light Car Club. It's a Ford Escort with Tony Mulverhill and Brian Nightingale. Position 55 occupied by car 61, the Ford Escort, driven by Ken Harrison and Ian Wells. In position 54, car 64, the Ray Gulson Alpha Sud with Paul Jones as co-driver. Position 53, car 58, the Holden Gemini with Bernie McClure and David Langman. Position 52 is occupied by car 60, one of the country dealer team Geminis with Jim Fanico and Peter Boston. Position 51, we have car 65, the Formula Ford entrance Ford Escort Gear, driven by Bob Holden and David Earl.
Car number 55, the Cars Gemini race team entry of Ken Price and Steve Jonas. From position 49, car 59, the country dealer team Gemini of Gary Rowe and Jeff Wade. From position 48, car 34, the Scotty Taylor Holden 6-cylinder Commodore driven by Scotty Taylor and Kevin Kennedy. From 47, car 47, the Toyota Celica liftback driven by Wally Scott and Peter Walton. Position 46, car 54, the Gemini Zuzu, driven by Terry Finnegan and Peter Dane. From 45, car 57, the Scotch-tuned Lancer, driven by Ian Burrell and Rob Shute. From position 44, car 42, the Alfetta GTV, driven by Warwick Henderson and Graham Harrison.
Right, position 43 is car 56, and this is the Cars race team Gemini, driven by Alan Goff and Colin Spencer, the one they've been up all night repairing. Position 42, car 63, the Lennox Motors VW Golf with Chris Heyer and Peter Lander. In position 41 on the grid, we've got car 45, the Ford Escort, driven by Graham Mean and Jeff Russell. In position 40, car 19, the Tom Hurd Commodore with Neville Bridges and Sue Ransom.
Position 39 is car 49, the Triumph Dolomite from Jag Parts, driven by Gerald Kay and Martin Power. From position 38, car number 28, the Mazda RX-7, entered by Precinct Performance with Alan Bryant and Terry Shield at the wheel. From 37, car 52, the B&G Myers Leyland Triumph Dolomite, driven by Terry Wade and Brian Reed. From 36, car 43, the Allbrells Auto Care Escort, driven by John Faulkner and Gary Dumbrell. From 35, car 48, the Brian Foley Alfetta GTV, driven by Phil McDonald and Derek Bell. From 34, car 46, the Formula Ford Australia Escort, driven by Stephen Brook and Wally Story. From 33, car 30, the McLeod Mazda RX-7, driven by Peter McLeod and Mal Brewster. From 32, car 40, the Rex Monaghan Escort, driven by Ray Crutchy and Ray Farah. From 31, car 41, the Roger Cartwright Escort, co-driven by Rod Stevens. And from position 30, car 51, the Chickadee Chicken Celica Coupe, driven by Graham Bailey and Doug Clark. We'll go through the rest of the field and some more interesting interviews for you live when we return to Mount Panorama at Bathurst for the start of the great race.
Here we are, back live at Mount Panorama at Bathurst for the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000. And the colour, the spectacle of the marching girls and the RAAF band, the Baton Twirlers, the Penrith Pantherettes is over. And the crews are now beginning to busy themselves again, getting ready to bring the cars out for the parade lap. This is the scene now on the main straightaway at Mount Panorama.
Okay, might be opportune as we wait for as the girls march off the circuit to take a look at a few more of the grid positions of the drivers that will be starting from positions 30 on down. In the race, the Grand Parade ready to, well, not the Grand Parade of course, but we have at the moment the police about to take off, followed by the rescue vans, the ambulances, all the fire marshals. As you can see, they're all the tender vehicles that will be going around the circuits, the marshals, ambulances, the police rescue squad that will go around the circuit. And of course, today the very special honoured guest is Mr. John Cooper, the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Corporation, who is across here to take a look at Australia's great race. And I think that's a great compliment of a man who has come so far and shows so much interest in racing in Australia. And he, along with Bill France of the the NASCAR Grand National Circuit in the United States are trying to put together a deal that will see one of Australia's top drivers and potentially the winner of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 go to Daytona initially next year. And of course there is something on the drawing board at the moment at Indianapolis for Indianapolis to present a big sedan race in 2 years' time, and they want an Australian affiliation with that. Let's take a recap quickly of some of the grid positions as we go from position number 29 back down through the field.
Position 29 is occupied by car 29. It's the Capri Components Capri, driven by Laurie Nelson and Tony Farrell. In position 28 on the grid, car 31, Masterton Holmes Capri with Cam Warner and John Stewart. Position 27 is car 44, Peter Willow, the Toyota Celica, driven by Peter Williamson and Mike Quinn. Position 26 is occupied by car 26, the Recar Commodore V8, driven by Queensland's Ronnie Wanless and Jeff Wright. Position 25, car 39, the Darrell Lee James Mason Mazda RX-7, driven by Barry Jones and Jeff Leeds. Position 24 on the grid, car 37, the Trend Windows Capri, raced by Terry Daly and Peter Hopwood.
For position number 23 is car number 8, the private entry of Gary Wilmington and Rod Donovan in a Ford XD Falcon. From position number 22 is car number 35, the Don Smith entered Capri of Barry Seaton and Don Smith. From position 21, car 22, the Jim Keogh XD Falcon, driven by Jim Keogh and Ross Matheson. From position 20, car 20, the King George Tavern XD Falcon, driven by Fred Gibson and Joe Moore. From position number 19, car 14, the West Australian entered V8 Holden Commodore of Wayne Niggis and Trevor Hine. From position 18, car 12, the Avco Pepsi Camaro, driven by Sam Posey and Dick Barber. Have a nice day, boys. Position number 17, car 24, the Robert Muir Motors entered XD Falcon of Bob Muir and Kingsley Hibbard, and co-sponsored by the Army Reserve.
Position 16 on the grid sees car 32, the Masterton Holmes Capri of Colin Bond and Steve Masterton. Position 15, car 15, the Recar Commodore V8 with Alan Brown and Brian Sampson. In position 14, we've got car 18. It's the Brian Wood-assisted XD Falcon with Murray Carter and Graham Lawrence. Position 13 on the grid is car 21, the Stockton Coin and Bullion Commodore, driven by Pete Gagan and Paul Gulson. Position 12 is car 2, the Avco Pepsi Camaro, driven by Ron Dixon and Bob Stevens. Position 11, car 11, the Citizen Watches Commodore V8 with Gary Cook and Warwick Brown, and that brings us to the top 10.
From position number 10, car number 16, the Greater Pacific Finance Commodore, driven by Gary Rogers and Goulburn's Fred Geisler. From position number 9, car number 1, the Federation Insurance Unipart XD Falcon, driven by Alan Moffat and John Fitzpatrick. From position 8, car 4, the Cadbury Schweppes Commodore V8, driven by Captor Peter Jansen and Larry Perkins. From position 7, car 10, the Roadways Deutsch Commodore V8, driven by Premier Joe's Charlie O'Brien and Tasmania's Garth Weekston. From position number 6, car number 7, the Channel 7 Breville Everlast Falcon, driven by Bobby Morris and Bill O'Brien. For position number 5, car 6, the Craven Mild Commodore V8, driven by Alan Grice and Johnny Smith. From position number 4, car number 25, the Marlborough Holden Dealer Team Commodore, driven by Johnny Harvey and Ron Harrop. From position number 3, car number 05 for the Marlborough Holden Dealer Team, it's a Commodore driven by Peter Brock and Jim Richards. From position number 2, car number 17, the Palmer Tube Mills Burt Falcon, driven by Dick Johnson and John French. And on pole position, car number 9, the Chevrolet Camaro, driven by Kevin Butlett and Bobby Forbes.
That's the way they shape up from 29 through to 1 on the grid for today's Hardie-Ferodo 1000. Police, motorcyclists and police cars, official cars, the ambulances, the Army Outriders, all lined up and now taking off, away they go. Ready to lead the parade lap. Sirens wailing, the motorcycle escorts track each side of our cameraman on the grid. Taking the left-hander at a sedate pace and heading up Mountain Straight here at Mount Panorama.
Well, it won't be too long before the cars will be going out onto the racetrack, and they'll be let out by the Scots Band. In the meantime, John Cooper, president of the Indianapolis Speedway, leads the parade of contestants around the circuit. Chris Economaki is in the pit area and has John Harvey in the pits, one of the drivers that will be competing in the Marlboro Holden dealer team this afternoon, or throughout today rather, at Mount Panorama at Bathurst. John, of course, started his racing career back on the old dirt track days, and Chris is trying to line him up at the moment to have a talk before the cars head out onto the racetrack.
At this stage, John Harvey would be one of the most envied race drivers in the country, for he has locked in a ride with one of the finest teams in the country, the Marlboro Holden dealer team. John, how long have you been a member of that great team?
Nearly 4 years, Chris.
Looking into your background, I see where your origins came in the midgets. You were a wild one from some of the footage I've seen, particularly at the Sydney Showgrounds, where you triggered a spill there that took about an hour and a half to get finished with. That brings up the point that the discipline in touring car racing is so much different than the discipline in midget racing. How did you make the transition?
Well, you're right, Chris. Those days at the Sydney Showground were my wild days. You never knew the meaning of the word fear. You just have to check that the life insurance premiums were paid up every Saturday morning before you went down to the bull ring. But it was a great experience. It was a great experience in terms of throttle control and stuff like that, which has put me in good stead in touring car racing. As I said, we didn't know the meaning of the word fear. The cars had no roll cages and that in the early days. There were some fearful accidents. In fact, in my 7 or 8 years there, I think I'm pretty lucky to have survived that. A number of my friends didn't. The Marlboro Holden dealer team is just a totally different world to
What about
those
Bathurst?
days.
Excuse me, what about Bathurst? Isn't there a place here you must have to hold your breath?
Oh, there's quite a number of places around here that you have to hold your breath, as a matter of fact. You know, that's some ride down the straightaway, and particularly over Skyline. But, you know, I've been coming to Bathurst for a long, long time. In fact, since about 1954 as a boy, just as a spectator.
And you made it to the wheel.
Yeah, made it to the wheel.
Well, that's great. We're going to have the title on. Thanks so much and all the best.
Thank you, Chris.
John Harvey there talking with John Cooper as the Scots band prepares to come out onto the racetrack to lead out the cars for this year's Hardie-Ferodo 1000. We'll take a break and then be back with more action as the parade lap gets underway here at Mount Panorama.
Centre of the starting group into an arrowhead formation. The number plate on the green for CW222. You can work out the back along to another back, one of the back car wasn't the package, when Willow had a little bit of a problem during the last 4 days. The practicing here at Mount Panorama Wednesday is only time practice day, Thursday is only time practice day, Friday it all happened, and really one day yesterday was the third day of the Hardie-Ferodo and that's 10th time slot. And as the race master up thought, the end of the grip starts to lead out the race cars for a parade lap, not a warm-up lap, Thursday.
Back at Mount Panorama once more as the parade lap is about to get underway. The Scots School Pipe Band preparing to lead the race cars onto the track for the parade lap that will show them off in one body, all 59 of them, to the fans that are packed around this circuit along Pitt Straight and across the top of the mountain. Nerves now, I would say, beginning to creep in, and why not? Not only on the part of the drivers, but on the part of their crews, and even on the part of spectators and officials here at Mount Panorama. The tension begins really to mount. this should be some spectacle, Mike Raymond.
Yes, I'm sure it will be this year, of course. As I pointed out earlier, this race has a lot more meaning. It's a race of new cars that are available on the showrooms. Last year, of course, we had the Tiranas and the older model Ford Falcons. This year, of course, we have the Commodores and the new XD Falcons. So there are a lot of people in that buying market out there, not only in the open category, but in many other categories. We're interested in today's race. At the moment, hovering above the circuit, there are skydivers that will be coming down shortly. This is the Strongbow skydivers, as you can see, poised over the top of Mount Panorama. Paul Baird, Leo Regan, Chris Campion and Ian Crew. What a beautiful view they would have from that position above Mount Panorama.
Got some experience between them too, those parachutists. Chris Campion's made over 1,000 descents.
Is Paul Baird with 250, 4 years experience. Leo Regan with 900 descents. He's had 10 years experience in this. Chris, you've already mentioned. Ian Crew with 800 and 5 years experience. These are the Strongbow skydivers. You'll be able to see them free falling shortly as the cars prepare to take off at the moment on their parade lap around Mount Panorama. A great shot there taken by Doug Hampson, who is already up in our 7 community chopper. Terry Lee is at the controls. They're looking down from at the skydivers, and Doug has got a great shot there. As you can see just how close our camera can get in as we pull back. And the field now takes off, preparing to move out onto the circuit in about another 30 seconds.
Whoa, what a desperate way to go. He's got to let go on purpose. The Strongbow skydivers about to let loose. And as they let loose, oh goodness me, it's a long way down. The skydivers trailing smoke, which most of the drivers hope they won't be doing today, but a lot of them will. That's the scene now over Mount Panorama as the Strongbow parachutists wing their way down. Paul Baird, Lee O'Regan, Chris Campion and Ian Crew. Have remarkable control over those chutes. They've become so familiar at many events in this day and age, this particular type of chute, which gives the skydivers remarkable control and can bring them to the ground sometimes with, well, not sometimes within, sometimes right on, spot on a target. From the ground, looking up, that's the view as the Strongbow skydivers descend on Mount Panorama, and as they are coming down, the race cars are going up mountain straight on their parade lap. First of the parachutists approaching the ground now. In the area behind pit lane, touchdown number 1. Billowing orange smoke, brilliantly coloured parachutes. That's the view again from the 7 chopper. coming in for touchdown. 3 down, 1 to go. And the fourth and last of the Strongbow parachutists touches down. Just a brief stroll, nothing to it.
Well, tremendous landing there, Gary. And
like a feather.
And here we have, folks, the race cars on the racetrack at the moment, going around the circuit. On pole position, of course, today, driving the 9 Network Camaro is Kevin Bartlett, starting from position 2, and having a great following in Queensland is Dick Johnson, who's driving the Palmer Tube Mills True Blue Burt Ford. And here they come around over the top of the mountain. You can probably hear some of the crowd, some of this tremendous crowd, giving these drivers a great reception. Many of these people who have been camping up on the mountain for 4 days, and this is the first opportunity they've had to probably recognize the drivers closely, because the drivers are just circulating around slowly without helmets and waving back and acknowledging the folks who have turned out here to watch them perform in Australia's premier motorsporting event.
As the cars make their way around the track, we understand now that there are, in fact, 60 starters. We've got a car being re-included in the field on the rear of the grid in position 60. Car 23, it's the Phil Lyon and John Stanley Commodore, which we understood earlier was an official scratching from the race, but it is back in and on the rear of the grid. So there'll be 60 starters for the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000 at Mount Panorama. Away from the drivers, here comes Bobby Morris in the Channel 7 Breville XD Falcon, followed by Charlie O'Brien, Peter Jansen, Larry Perkins in the Cadbury Schweppes Commodore, Greater Pacific Finance Commodore with Gary Rogers next up. There's Dick Johnson just going through, followed by the 2 Marlborough Holden dealer team cars and Alan Grice, car 6, the Craven Mild Commodore. Top 10 cars making their way through. This is car number 1. Alan Moffat and John Fitzpatrick.
Well, it was bad luck yesterday for Alan Moffat. Of course, he was the first car out to qualify, because on Friday he was 10th quick time man, and then went out and had a flat tyre on his warm-up lap, which meant that he had to come in, and then went out a little later. But he's been having some motor problems, but putting together a car in under 1 month for any race meeting is terribly difficult. There's the view in Bobby Morris's cockpit. You can see Bob there just out the corner of the rear vision mirror. We'll be establishing contact with Bob a little later. As you can understand, the drivers are fairly uptight at this moment. They have approximately 32 minutes before the start of the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000. That will give you some indication of the pictures that we'll be able to transmit to you today from Bobby Morris's car, and that is due, of course, to people like John Porter, systems specialist at ATN Channel 7 in Sydney, who has probably been the busiest man in the pit area this week at Mount Panorama. Apart from putting the camera and making it operational in Peter Williamson's car, there was that accident where Peter went up the bank on Friday, which required a little more work on the camera and its location in the cockpit. And then, of course, at the same time, everything that was working there had to be then changed over. Good morning to Peter Williamson, or to Bobby Morris, rather. As you can see, the camera that you were looking at a moment ago that was looking out through the windscreen has now changed position and can look at the face of Bob Morris. There's Bobby Morris pulling up car number 7. That's the Channel 7 Breville Everlast Falcon XD. Charlie O'Brien also moving into position there as the cars come out of the pit turn and up along the pit straightaway, right in front of the pits, heading up to take up their respective starting positions on the grid. The Americans, Dick Barber and Sam Posey, are a little way down the grid, but they were getting progressively faster. They're having some problems, a few problems with the cars, and but basically the big problem with the Camaros was, and Kevin Bartlett's, that coming over the last speed hump on Conrod Straight, the cars were tending to lift in the air and pulling the front wheels almost off the ground and then smashing them back down again, and all three Camaros have broken front spoilers. That will give you an indication of the impact on the ground. And it was a very harrowing moment here for Friday of Kevin Bartlett in the last session of practice when he came over the hump. The front of the car lifted off the ground. It corkscrewed sideways. The drivers following behind actually saw the number on the door sideways across them. But Kevin Bartlett is a great campaigner. Just put the car down gently, kept on going, down through the gears, and went on to record his fastest lap of the day. Well, there's the scene that everyone looks forward to each year at Mount Panorama at Bathurst. The cars being formed on the grid. And I think a great innovation to see the parade lap to give the spectators here trackside the opportunity to wave and encourage their favourite drivers. The Wade Reed entry, as we can see, down at the end of the grid, and just look at all these people. Everyone comes out of the pit area to stand around their race cars. Evan Green, Gary Wilkinson and Chris Economaki are positioning themselves at the moment, but we'll take a break and then come back live with more interviews and a check presentation to the pole sitter. That's when we return to Mount Panorama at Bathurst.
Anyone who thought that this was going to be a one-horse race wasn't watching practice yesterday, and the two people who put the favourite back onto the second row were Kevin Bartlett and Dick Johnson. Kevin Bartlett, a sensational practice time, the Hardie's hero for 1980. Welcome to the dais, KB. Now, you were the first man ever to circulate Mount Panorama at 100 miles an hour. That was in 1967 in a Brabham Formula 5000 car. You won here in 1974, but I suspect that yesterday might have been a real occasion for you.
Yes, it equalled the 1967 effort of the 100-mile-an-hour lap, and at that time I was having a battle with a very, very fine driver in Spencer Martin, as to be the first one to get the 100-mile-an-hour lap. And yesterday I also battled with another very fine driver, Dickie Johnson, to grab a bit of cash. Dickie did a fine job, and there were only a couple of tenths in it, or a tenth and a half. It was a very close one, and I had to extract us just a little bit to do it.
Well, there's a lot of money involved, $9,250, $5,000 from James Hardie, $3,000 from Cadbury Schweppes, $1,250 from Channel 7, and to present the cheques to you, it's my pleasure to call upon the General Manager of ATN7, Mr. Ted Thomas.
Kevin, it's been a long way, hasn't it? And a big disappointment last year, but you've got grid position this year. Congratulations. There's our cheque for $1,250, and all the best for the race.
Thank you very much, Ted. I rather suspect that it's a very great honour for another network to give another network a little bit of cash. I thank you very much for that, and the good spirit in which it was given, and without Channel 7's support of this race, of course, it wouldn't be as big as what it is.
Thank you.
Well, now, a lot of you, I think, were very disappointed that the cheque wasn't going to one of the great fighters, one of the real privateers and one of the dynamic influences here, Queensland Dick Johnson. Now, there is some money for you, Dick. Please come and join us here. A tremendous effort yesterday, and you've got an enormous number of spectators, including all those thousands and thousands of Queenslanders who are watching. But I'd like to bring back Ted Thomas, who has something of a surprise for you.
Congratulations, Dick. A tremendous drive yesterday. And we understand that although you've got a healthy sponsorship, you are more or less a privateer, so we have added a little bit to your second pole position prize. Congratulations and all the best in today's race.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Channel 7. And I'd like to say thank you very much to all the boys who have done a fine effort putting us here, and to all the Queensland supporters we have, those at Club 17 and everything at Surfers Paradise, and all the other people here. I'd like to say thank you very much, and I just hope that we can do the job today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kevin, before you get away, who are the drivers here that you fear most? Who are the ones you're going to be most concerned about?
I'm not frightened of any of them.
Well, who's going to come second?
Oh, I'd like to see Dickie there in second, but we can't forget Peter or Johnny Harvey, Peter Brock or Johnny Harvey. And there are quite a few back there. You can never ever discount Charlie O'Brien, Alan Moffat. The top 10 that qualified yesterday were the top 10 today, but there are top 60 drivers here, and I'd say that in the upper class, I'm not discounting anybody at all in the upper class, because funnier things have happened before today, and with problems that people can have, a man that's qualified 14th or 15th can get up. But certainly Dick is my main threat at the moment, and I'm waiting for Brocky to pounce. He may have to wait a while though.
Well, I'd like to get Peter Brock up here. It's going to be the first time, you know, for 4 years that he hasn't been on pole position, and the first time this year that Peter Brock hasn't been on pole position, which must be an unusual sort of experience for the man, although I don't think he was necessarily terribly surprised, because speaking to Peter Brock last week, he reckoned he'd do no better than 4th as far as practice was concerned. But the only thing I can see against Peter Brock would be the laws of average. He's had such a phenomenal season that maybe something's going to go wrong. We might just come back again, if I can lift the Cadbury Schweppes trophy, or get Peter Jansen to do a bit of weightlifting to make the presentation to Kevin Bartlett. Kevin, back again if you don't mind. We've got an old sparring mate of yours in Peter Jansen to make the presentation.
Well, Kevin, it's great to see you here. I was with you 1 year at Bathurst here, and I think we're 5th, weren't we? Something like that. And I'm really glad to see you on the front line today. It was a really magnificent effort, and you really deserve it. You've tried hard with that car, and you've sorted it out better than anybody else thought you would. So congratulations to you. Check for 3,000 from Schweppes, and of course your name will go on the big Schweppes trophy for the rest of the year. And all the best to you today, Kevin. If you stop, I'll be there. Bye-bye, everyone.
Well, Peter, you was, second last year, 3rd the year before, 4th the time before, and 5th the time before that. If you don't win, you're going to be regarded as a failure.
My bank manager's waiting for me, and so are my sponsors. I have to do something, otherwise I'll be joining Bigsy.
The champion of Brazil just leaves the dais. Peter Brock, come up and join us here, please, Peter.
7.
Well, you can tell how the crowd feel, or at least how half them feel. You can tell how the other half feel. Back on the second row this time, Peter. What's it going to be like back there?
First time since 75, I think I started on 3rd, yeah. I don't think it'd be a great deal of difference, quite frankly, even because even if I have managed to get pole yesterday, I don't think there was much way I'd keep the other 2 cars behind me up the mountain straight. So I guess I can just attack from behind and keep as much pressure on as I can, and hope that we get in there within the first driver change. Anyway, we're in there in a pretty attacking good position. That's all we're really concerned about at this stage.
Your time yesterday was 2:21.82 was your best time, a little slower than last year. How do the cars with the extra pollution gear and of course different models compare with the A9Xs you drove last time?
I'd say we lost probably 1.5 seconds on the Conrod straight and possibly a second on the back straight, but we probably gained a couple of seconds over the mountain. The cars are fantastically a good handling motor car. I mean, it's just, we were noticing yesterday, I think Kevin Butler was 2 seconds faster at the top of the mountain, and yet finishes up 9/10 faster overall. So obviously we're gaining a lot over the cornering parts of the circuit. My car did have a misfire at a faulty ignition switch of all things, which we finally traced late in the afternoon yesterday, but I don't think that cost pole position. I think that it probably cost me half a second or so at the most.
Right. We want to get some of the class people up too, Peter, because as you well know, this is not just a race for outright position, but there are 4 races in one, with classes for 3-litre vehicles, 2 and 1.6 litre. And in practice yesterday, it was Colin Bond, who you know pretty well, who came through to head the field in the 3-litre class.
Colin told me, and you know, we all know Colin's a bit of a prankster, that he's trying to go over Skyline absolutely flat out in the Capri. And I said, Cole, now come on mate, we couldn't do it the next year ones, you won't do it in the Capri. And he said, no, I'm going to try. So I'd say keep your eye on Cole Bond today. He's really switched on, and when Bondy's switched on, he goes.
Right. Another fellow who switched on but is much further back in the grid because he's driving a small car is the man who was fastest in the 1.6 litre class yesterday, Chris Hire, driving the VW Golf. Chris, come on up here. Starting a long way back in the grid, but in a whole host, thank you Peter Brock, in a whole host of 1.6 litre cars. Now you maybe were not expected to be out there because you didn't do so well last year, did you, Chris?
Oh, I've had a few problems over the years, but it's good this year to be able to get here without any drama. We've had 3 or 4 days of testing. The car's been great, probably because all the work we've had over the last 5 years. It's the 5th year the car's here now.
Now, you're off in Germany last year doing some testing. Have you been overseas to get the car right again this year?
No, not this year. We sort of had too many business commitments and we sort of left it at that this year, so we did it all at home.
Well, it seems to be working very well.
Yes, thank you.
Who are the main rivals you've got to worry about in the class for the small cars?
Actually, John Gates and Alexander Surplus in the Levine are very, very quick.
That's the car that Mark Thatcher drove last year. It's a twin-cam Toyota and a very quick little vehicle, but it's starting from way in the back of the grid.
Yeah, they had a few problems earlier on a fixture practice on Friday, where they sort of popped an engine early in the day, which sort of left it up to us, but we were very close in times up to then, so they're our biggest threat, sure.
Chris Hire in the VW Golf, certainly a man to watch in the race. And a fellow you've already met this morning, standing up in the sand trap, who's managed to extricate himself, Colin Bond, who was the fastest in practice in the Marston Holmes Capri. You're down in a class, Colin, but seem to be enjoying yourself more than ever.
Well, I think so, Evan. The car's been running, you know, faultlessly the whole weekend. It's very quick around here. Matter of fact, down the straight it's doing nearly 150 mile an hour, which is not much slower than the V8s, and we've got a lot of V8s behind us as well. Up the hill it's very quick. It's only the very steep part of the mountain that we're losing a little bit to them, and I think that we can get in the car and race it all day, and I think if we do that there's going to be a lot of V8 cars in front of us with a surprise.
Well, you were 16th on the grid, which is much higher than you should be, and you'd certainly be looking at a place in the top 10 and maybe even the top 5.
Well, we think so. I think that, you know, there are 6 obviously very good motor cars up front, and then there's a bit of a gap to the rest, and I think that obviously in the past the V8s have had problems around here trying to go the whole distance. The good cars still seem to make it though, but I feel that a good little car these days will give them a hurry up towards the end.
Right. Well, Colin, you won here in 1969. It's been a long time between wins, and people have suggested that maybe you could have won in 1977.
Well, actually, I think I've probably finished second here more than anybody else, Evan. We've had a record of coming second, and I feel that this year I can't see us getting a win, but I'd like to come second again anyhow. That'll be fine.
Right. If we just come to the third of the class leaders, as distinct from the outright winner, if I can just get him here, it's Peter Williamson, the world's fastest cameraman. Peter, quickest in practice yesterday in the 2-litre Celica, well, not yesterday, but in the official practice times, yet you had a few moments of drama.
Well, we've had a few moments of drama in the last couple of days. What started it was a gearbox oil seal, and then we ran into the bank in a spectacular fashion, and in the haste to get that repaired, we changed engines and left the flywheel bolts loose, and it fell off yesterday, so we're not looking too good at the moment.
Is the camera a distraction?
Naturally it's a distraction, but I'm one of those people who can sleep at night with a tap dripping in the bathroom, so I just get used to it. I just turn my mind off and pretend it's not there.
Have a good look at this face, because you're going to hear the voice often during the day. We'll have cameras in 2 cars. The one with all the practice of last year is Peter Williamson, and the other will be Bob Morris, who'll be driving the Breville Channel 7 Falcon. and you'll get an idea, I think, of the enormous speeds that the big cars do. Peter's quick. What sort of speed doing down the straight this year, Peter?
We're touching about 140 miles an hour, which is...
You've picked up a bit more than
Yes, we're about 12 to 15 mile an hour faster than last year. Where you talk about speeds, the big cars will be very, very fast up the mountain. They're very spectacular up the mountain. We're very, very quick across the mountain, and of course then it all comes back to square one again down the mountain.
Are you going to try and make up time around the bends and terrify the people at home?
You can betcha.
Well, if you're feeling a bit car sick, if you wear some holes in the carpet or do anything else to damage, here's the man to blame. One of the most popular visitors we've had here in recent years, an overseas driver who won here with Bobby Morris in 1976, co-driver with Alan Moffat this year is John Fitzpatrick. Welcome back, John.
Thank you, Evan. It's nice to be here. You know, I've had a bad run of luck here since 1976 when I won with Bob, so I'm hoping that that run of bad luck might stop today.
Well, you've had a pretty good year this year too, haven't you?
Yeah, I've had an incredible year overseas. I won the Porsche Cup and the IMSA Championship in America. I've had one of those years when, you know, just about everything goes right. We haven't had a mechanical failure. It's been just incredible.
Fine. Good. Well, John Fitzpatrick is driving with Alan Moffat, one of the great drivers in this year's great race. We'll be back in just a few moments with the action here live from Bathurst.
This afternoon might be a little bit further up the field than the grid position 40 would indicate. Next in Queensland, Graham Reid and Jeff Russell with a time of 2:51 neat. First of the under 1600 category. It posted a time of 2:51.2. It's the Lennox Golf. The drivers Chris Pryor and Peter Lander. Peter Lander thought it was very handy to the boat anyway. He said he can handle the rest of the reprieve, which is the fun thing that we've been having at Bathurst this year. Alan Goff, CARS, Kevin I from Victoria. Technician, please come to the Dunlop Control Tower. The rediffusion technician, Colin Spencer it is, the Gemini. I thought it might have been Spencer to his station actually, 51.8. Warwick Henderson, and Greg Harrison, some of the Victorian Alpadas, 52.8. Ian Burrow and Ian Shute have what I think is the first Dodge or Chrysler Lancer, Mitsubishi Lancer, that we've had at Bathurst. If not the first for a long time, at 253.5. Terry Finnegan and Peter. Next with the Gemini Zuzu, which means that it can be a smooth jam and lots of things that unfortunately we don't get out in our car. A time of 253.5. Quality spot to Peter Walton has the selected list back next. Time of 254.3.
Well, we're down on the starting line. The race is due to start in about 12 minutes' time, and the atmosphere is really building up here at Mount Panorama. The fastest cars on the front, the field stretching right down the entire pit straight and around the corner as the field of 60 cars stretches partway up Breville Straight, the old Conrod Straight.
Rompers around us trying to work out what they're going to do. All they'll probably be spending and confusing everybody. Not to worry about that as the day goes on.
Drivers and pit crews still in the last nervous moments before the beginning of this race. Months and months of preparation as the about to be put to test.
And it's Gary Rowe, driver of the car.
Am I waking up with light turn really relaxed, you know?
Here on the grid, our overseas visitor, Chris O'Connor-Mackie. Chris, you've seen some of the practice. Your thoughts as to who may be the likely winner in the race? We've had some hairs on the front, but are they going to last the whole event out, do you think?
Well, I don't think that the Camaros are going to be too durable today. The battle between the Fords and the Commodores, I think, are the most interesting thing. There's some problems, potential problems that the Ford cars could have as regards making the mileage. They've got to get 41 laps, and it's a little tweaking. Alan Moffat yesterday drained all the fuel out of his tank, put 1 gallon in, and went out to practice to see if he could get that last drop of fuel out. So that's going to be a problem. We'll know at 41 laps whether or not the Fords are going to be able to make that distance, and if they do, then it's just 3 more stops. Otherwise, they'll be committed to an extra stop, and that'll mean the Commodores will have a break because they have a smaller engine, get a bit better gas mileage, and they don't have any trouble making the 41 laps. I see you've got your lady driver here.
We have two in the field, Alexander Surplus, who's starting around the back of the field, and Sue Ransom, who's starting from position number 40. What's been the dramas, Sue?
Oh, there have been many, Evan, but not worthwhile going into now. Suffice to say, the car's on the grid.
Now, you're driving a Commodore. Who are you with, and what's the history of these people? Because they're newcomers to racing, as I understand it.
Well, they're not newcomers to racing. They're certainly newcomers to Bathurst. And as they have been involved in motor racing, Neville Bridges is the driver, Tom Hurd, the car owner. They wanted always to run at Bathurst. This is the one chance. They've had a few problems. They're on the grid, and I think that's rather good. CIG decided to support them. Because the car was to run as a standard Commodore, one of the only standard cars here today.
What's going to happen to the car after the race?
It's being sold, I believe, as a lady driver only on a Sunday style car.
Oh, you know that commercial, the little old lady who drives a car in on Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, meet the little old lady, Sue Ransom.
I have a question with her. I'm interested in Sue's position in Australian motor racing. We have our own Sue Ransom, Janet Guthrie, who had a rather difficult time getting into the major league. She'd been a club racer for a number of years, and once she got in, she went to Indianapolis. What about the problems a lady driver faces in Australia? Are they parallel to those that Janet has had?
From what I've heard, very much so. It's very, very easy as a woman to get a start in motor racing, but it's a small start, and unfortunately it is very difficult. No bitching, but it is rather difficult to get a very good drive. And I've been around for a few years now. I'm happy to be in a 5-litre car today, but yes, there are problems being taken seriously.
What about your goals? Janet, of course, made it to Indianapolis. She's been in the Daytona 500, the two biggest races in the United States. You know, where does one go from there? It just has to be downhill. But what about you, Sue? Where do you want to go from here?
About where Kevin is now, actually.
On the pole. You really want to become a professional racing driver, do it every weekend for a living?
Well, it would certainly be very enjoyable, but at the moment there is a magazine by the name of Sundowner Magazine, and that's taking #1 priority in my...
What about the welcome you get from the fellow competitors? Are you really welcome down here, or was there some resistance when you showed up on the grid?
In the very early days there was some, but today you might have noticed there's a hug and a kiss from everybody. It's beautiful.
Well, when it's all over, Sue, I hope you're smiling as widely as you are now.
Thank you very much.
Here you go, Evan.
Thank you very much, Chris Economaki. Now it's back to Gary Wilkinson in the tower.
Okay, thank you, Evan Green. And by gee, look at the scene. And there are a lot of people on that grid, and they're going to have to move in an awful hurry because it's not too far off before we'll hear the roar of engines as the cars begin to warm up for the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000 here at Mount Panorama. Field of 60, and they're going to be going flat to the boards for about the next 6 hours and 40 minutes. From the Channel 7 helicopter, a Hardie Bridge at the top of the screen there, the front row of the grid, and now we look back towards the bottom of the screen, getting down to about row 30, 35 as we come around the corner. And you can see that the people that are starting off the rear of the grid have got a few obstacles in their path. Among those down there, we've got car 23, the Commodore, driven by Phil Lyon and John Stanley. Car 50, the Cinzano Gemini, Gary Leggett and David Selden. The little Corolla, Levin, car 62, the Meadow Lee car, driven by John Gates and Alexandra Surplus. And good old Gossie in the XJS Jag, which they pushed off the trailer up here yesterday morning. And it's hardly turned a wheel, just enough to get it on the track at the rear of the grid for today's race. And Gossie says it's a stock standard car. We did try to talk to John Goss this morning in that last 20-minute session down there on the grid, but he was so far back he reckoned he couldn't walk up here without a picnic lunch. So he stayed where he was and sent a message to say that he's going to be out there trying for his life, and that's the only way he knows. He'll give it a shot for as long as the car lasts, and I think that's going to be the same question that faces a lot of drivers as they prepare to face the starter for this 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000 here at Mount Panorama. Again, the aerial view. Non-essential personnel now being cleared off the grid. There's still a crowd there, but of course the pit crews make up a fair number, but they're very nimble at scaling the pit wall and getting to safety when the action starts. The two men at the front of the grid are going to be the two that everybody's going to have their eyes on when they go to the first corner. But right now, here's Mike Raymond.
Well, the Australian Racing Drivers Club, in association with the Seven Network and the James Hardie Group of companies, welcomes people throughout Australia to Australia's greatest race. And in keeping with tradition, we will be passing shortly to the RAAF band to play our national anthem, Advance Australia Fair. The RAAF band plays our national anthem, Advance Australia Fair. And now only a few electric moments away from the start of the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000 at Mount Panorama. Our special guest, the president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Mr. John Cooper.
Thank you, Mike Raymond, and good morning. It's my particular pleasure today on this beautiful sunny Sunday in Bathurst to bring you greetings from our great race, the Indianapolis 500, to Australia's great race, the Hardie-Ferodo 1000. This is, without doubt, one of the most spectacular racing circuits in the world, and on behalf of the thousands who are here at Bathurst today and the millions around Australia watching on the Seven Network, it's my pleasure to say, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Thank you, John. And there you can hear the engines have started, and we're ready for the great race.
Now there's a mad scramble as the support crews leave the grid. The marshals urging them on, hurrying them on, because they're ready for the start of the great race. The aerial view again from the Channel 7 helicopter. Pilot Terry Lee, cameraman Doug Hampson. It won't be long now before they begin that hectic scramble and take the left-hander in the mountain straight for the first time.
163 laps facing the drivers. On the front row of the grid, Bartlett in a Camaro, Johnson in a Falcon. Right behind them, Johnny Harvey in the number 2 Holden dealer team car, and alongside him in the second of the Marlborough entries, Peter Brock, the man who has won here 4 times in all, a record he shares with Alan Moffat further back in the grid. They're the top 4, and there'll be a real catfight in these opening laps.
Are you kidding that Bartlett and Johnson aren't going to be watching the rearview mirror for Peter Brock? What a scramble it's going to
Dick Johnson, the popular favourite. I can't recall in recent years how one man has so captured the imagination of the public. A real battler, if I could use that term in the most affectionate sense, who has got up here by sheer skill and determination on the front row of the grid. Behind the Marlborough Holden dealer team pair, you have Alan Grice. And there the view from the man alongside him, Bobby Morris's car, the Channel 7 Breville entry. You can just see in the rear vision mirror Bob Morris making a last minute check of his instruments, and you'll be right up in the action with a very fast car when we go racing with Bobby Morris in car number 7, just adjusting his gloves.
There's Brock, the reigning Australian touring car champion, the man who had pole here last year and who won the race last year, who led throughout last year. Not used to being where he is at the moment. And he's going to be looking to turn the tables on the pair that have taken the top spots on the grid away from him.
The early question we have to answer, of course, is whether the Chev Camaro, the heaviest car in the race, the car on the right-hand side of your grid, 3,400 pounds in weight, has got quite the same acceleration as some of the lighter cars. And I think it might be Dick Johnson, the Blue Falcon, who'll go for the front. It could be John Harvey, the man nearest you, who may have been given the role to get there and unsettle his front pair and leave the running to Peter Brock on the far side in the dark red helmet. And let Peter Brock try and become the first man ever to win this race 5 times. The count is out, 10 seconds to go. And it's a slow start by Kevin Bartlett in the Camaro, and the cars are peeling around. And here's the view from Bobby Morris's car.
It's Dick Johnson of Queensland who leads on the time up with Peter Brock tucked in behind him. John Harvey is next, and Bartlett now starting to make up a lot of ground after a very slow start.
Very poor start indeed by Bartlett. I don't know what happened to him on the front.
It's just a big and slow car off the mark, but it's got long legs and over 1,000 kilometres. That'll probably count. But it's Johnson who's away, and he doesn't want to be in any other position throughout the entire race. And he's got a long lead, and Brock is after him.
And Bartlett now up into 3rd place after that run up the mountain.
Well, that shows the legs of the Camaro. He made up a lot of ground and passed 3 cars going up there, just in front of Johnny Harvey. Then it's Alan Grice next, who made a good start and is perfectly positioned. But it's Dick Johnson from Queensland, who for the first time draws the cheers of the crowd, and the Ford flags are out as they come flying up the top of the mountain on lap 1 of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 for 1980.
Wait for the cheers from the crowd as they come across the top of the mountain on lap 1 of the great race for 1980, the Hardie-Ferodo 1000. You'll be able to see the spectators, absolutely placards waving, standing there cheering because a Ford's going to lead the first lap of this race. Bartlett is back into 3rd place. Very poor start. But he's managed to displace Harvey, I think it is. That great shot of the cutting. Look at the wheels hiking as they come down through this part of the course. Moffat, followed by Ron Dixon, then Murray Carter.
Peter Jansen, well placed, the man who came 2nd last year, content to play a waiting game. He's in car number 4.
Now this is where we should see the long legs of the Camaro as they come on to Breville Conrod straightaway.
And Mike Raymond, an ominous sign for Alan Moffat fans, oil already appearing, wisping around the back. He had an oil leak in the practice session, which did no more than deposit oil on the exhaust pipe. It could be that, or it could be something more serious, because last night Alan Moffat's team rebuilt the engine for his car. And here,
this is from Bobby Morris's car as he goes after. Morris coming down right behind Alan Grice, as you can see in the Craven Mile car. Then the Marlborough dealer team Commodore there on the inside. Now they swing back for the completion of the first lap. And it's Queensland's Dick Johnson who leads from Peter Brock. Next is Kevin Bartlett, followed by Alan Grice, John Harvey. Bobby Morris is the next one, 100 metres back to Charlie O'Brien, and the next is Larry Perkins, then followed by Gary Rogers and Alan Moffat, blowing a pall of smoke as they complete the first lap of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000.
You can see Bob Morris's face in the right there, looking at the instruments, looking straight ahead. We'll be able to talk to him all through the race, and he can talk back to us, but things will be pretty busy there at the moment, I would think, in the cockpit of the Breville Channel 7 Falcon.
Up the top into GTX Bend for the 2nd time of many times today for those drivers that are going to survive this 1980 great race. Dick Johnson pilots the field at the moment in car 17. Palmer, Mills, XD Falcon, Peter Brock, Marlborough Holden dealer team lead driver right behind him in 05. And the pole sitter, Kevin Bartlett in the 9 Network Camaro.
Well, there's Moffat's car, and boy, is it blowing some smoke as he heads up the mountain. I don't think it's going to be too long. Chris Economaki could probably stand by. I think the first one that's going to frequent the pits is going to be Alan Moffat. Just look at the smoke pouring out of the Moffat car, and sitting right in behind him is the Avco Pepsi Camaro. That's the one driven by Ron Dixon, and Dixon is trying to get out of the way because if Moffat drops a lot of oil on the track, it's going to be one down, all down, and they're now heading into the part of the track where anyone coming to disaster would almost wipe out the field.
It may be no more than just a minor leak because it doesn't seem to be slowing Alan Moffat at all. And it could be something they can cure quickly, but I doubt whether the race stewards would allow it to go on like this because of the hazard of that smoke and the potential oil.
They've cured it quickly by changing engines 3 times this week. Back on to Conrod straightaway. Watch the Avco Pepsi Camaro pull out. He's had enough of it. Dixon wants to get out of the way because Moffat, I don't think, will last another lap or so without getting the black flag. But interesting for the comparison of speed as they come down Conrod straightaway. Breville straight, and there's the Camaro that moves down the inside of Alan Moffat.
It's the view down Conrod straight, and Dixon's got through there to lead Moffat. Moffat's still blowing that smoke from the rear of the car as they approach the turn into pit straight. Meantime, Dick Johnson has gone through the completion of his second lap, still pursued by Peter Brock and Kevin Bartlett, then Alan Grice, Bobby Morris and John Harvey.
Well, you'd think it was the fog rolling in, but it's not. It's the smoke coming out of the back of Alan Moffat's Federation Unipart entry. Murray Carter just sitting in behind him in another XD Falcon. It certainly isn't blowing as much as that. They head off up pit straight one more time. Well, Dick Johnson of Queensland, for all our Queensland viewers, has led the second lap of the race. They're doing it very strongly indeed. Here's Murray Carter moving up on the tailpipe of Alan Moffat and passes him quite easily. Just ahead of them is the Ron Dixon Chevrolet Camaro. Then in behind them, of course, the Citizen Watches entry with Gary Cook and Warwick Brown.
And so it's Murray Carter who's barreled by Alan Moffat. He's chasing Ron Dixon, an incredible man, Murray Carter. He won his class in the first Armstrong 500 at Phillip Island 20 years ago. And there he is out carrying the flag for Ford and driving like a real tiger. But the man who's leading the race and doing even better is Dick Johnson.
Well, a privateer is Dick Johnson, who did so well, debuted this car in the recent CRC Chemicals 300 at Amaroo Park. Didn't put a spanner on the car from the day he turned up to practice until the day they qualified and the first day of the race, and went on to finish in second place. And he's out in front leading from Peter Brock. Kevin Bartlett has gained back third place and I think is zeroing in on the tailpipe of Peter Brock, looking for a slingshot at him on Breville Conrod straight.
We have cars in the pits already. The Army Reserve Falcon has come in with Bobby Muir, and the Queensland Toyota dealers car number 47, which had trouble through the practice session. They had to change the engine. Wally Scott, he too is in the pits.
Yes, well, he's going back out again, the Bob Muir and the Army Reserve entry, heading back out after a cursory pit stop. But that has probably thrown out any chance they've had of running in the top 10 in the first hour of this race. Here comes our race leader, True Blue, number 17. That's Dick Johnson in the Palmer Tube Mills entry. Coming down into the left-hander, brings it back on for the completion of the third lap. That blue Ford is running very strongly indeed. Kevin Bartlett, who missed the start, has now made it up. He's to second place. Peter Brock is third. Alan Grice is fourth. Bobby Morris is fifth. And John Harvey is sixth.
Moffat is slowing down on Conrod. He's dropping right up. He'll come into the pits. There are a lot of cars in there. Terry Wade from Victoria has brought the Dolomite into the pits, and the Army car of Muir has gone to the back of the pit area with no oil pressure.
Well, we're positioning our cameras in the pits because this could be the first stop and the last stop for Alan Moffat. Coming down very slowly to the bottom part of the track and heading back towards the pit area.
Desperately bad luck for the man who so wanted to win here 5 times and get himself into the record books. Not that he hasn't made that achievement, but no one has ever won this race more than 4 times. In the old days, when it was at Phillip Island and then here under different names, the Armstrong 500, the Gallagher 500, drivers like Bob Jane and Harry Firth also had 4 successes. But in recent times, it's been Moffat and Brock who have dominated this race. In fact, only 2 other drivers have won in the last 10 years. And that's Bobby Morris with John Fitzpatrick, and the man who made pole yesterday, Kevin Bartlett, who ran with Johnny Goss back in 1974. And Moffat, the man who wanted to win again, is in the pits, while the other Ford driver who really has a chance out there on the circuit at the moment, Dick Johnson, lifting his wheels up in rather a dramatic fashion, is leading the race, and it's Kevin Bartlett after him, having got ahead of Peter Brock, who now is running in third place.
Yes, Peter Brock running in third. The race leader, Dick Johnson, going through Forest Elbow. Very wide, almost tail on the concrete wall. Peter Brock, though, is not too far back behind Kevin Bartlett. Bartlett should have the edge on Brock in straight line speed down Breville Conrod Straight. Alan Grice well positioned at this stage, and John Harvey just sitting off the pace, but certainly running in the top 6.
Fairly obvious on the mountain that time that Brock has the legs through the bends on the Chev Camaro of Kevin Bartlett, but Bartlett almost certainly has the longer legs down the straight here with the big 5.6 litre American Chevrolet.
Car 56, the Gemini that they spent all night rebuilding. The Cars race team Gemini of Alan Goff and Colin Spencer is in the pits.
And already they're starting to lap cars, and Dick Johnson had a violent manoeuvre there to dodge one of the slower cars. Undoubtedly the driver of that car wasn't expecting to be lapped so early in the race.
There's a few more who just felt the sides wind as Johnson flew by there.
And there's Johnson, but Bartlett too.
Bartlett has got a few more still to pass there. Johnson's got a break on them going up the mountain. Kevin Bartlett in second, sitting back, probably about 100 metres back behind, 10 metres to Peter Brock in third, probably 20 metres back to Alan Grice, then John Harvey. Here they come, up towards GTX. There goes our leader, Dick Johnson. And there'll be early champagne with the breakfast in the state of Queensland this morning. And Dick has shown in the recent CRC race that his car is reliable.
Bobby Morris at the wheel of his car. This is the new camera equipment that Mike Raymond was telling you about earlier in the program. We can turn it round, look at the driver, and here's a driver at work going up the mountain, changing gear. See how he's playing with the wheel, correcting. Tremendous concentration needed. There's Bobby Morris, who won here in 1976 and would dearly love to have a second victory at Mount Panorama. Fights his way across the top of the circuit, and he is flying over 160 here, up to 180 kilometres an hour.
And I think fights his way is the right word too, Evan Green. It's an awful amount of concentration and strength required there. Bobby Morris throws the car across the top of the mountain, and that's what it looks like to the spectators up there. And that's what it looks like over Bobby Morris's shoulder, inside the car. That's where our camera is.
Well, for those folks sitting at home, speed laws of Australia don't allow you to drive your car around at 170 kilometres an hour. But just look how relaxed, despite all this concentration and the fact that he is running in the top 5, just how relaxed Bobby Morris is at the wheel.
While we watch Bobby Morris, the word from the pits is that Terry Wade's Dolomite has a seized engine, and Chris Hire, the man who led the class in the 1.6 litre category, has brought his VW Golf into the pits after only 3 laps. And in the meantime, Bobby Morris is in a busy situation with traffic all around him, and this is really a very worrying part of the race. You can see there Peter Brock flashing the lights on his car to let traffic in front know that he wants to come through. And having just passed the Lion Commodore, it's Bobby Morris around for another assault upon the mountain circuit. He goes up Mountain Straight. Alan Grice, the car just in front of him.
The mountain again, it's still Dick Johnson ahead of Kevin Bartlett and Peter Brock. They're the big 3.
And Alan Moffat has taken his car to the back of the pits, and that's a tragic blow for the man who has won here 4 times.
The field streaming through. John Harvey's car going through there. Alan Grice, Bob Morris.
We certainly wouldn't want to disrupt Bob Morris at this stage, asking to give us a full-scale commentary of how it feels to be jumping in between and overlapping Triumph Dolomites. Bob is settling down, trying to run in that race pattern in the top 5 and doing it very, very well at this stage. 2 Fords running up there in the top 6. That's a good sign for our Ford fans today. We've got one leading the field and one still within striking position behind the tails of the Commodores.
Morris using all the track, free of traffic at this moment as he comes across the top.
John Harvey is back behind him. We've got the Lion Stanley entry that has stopped in the worst place possible.
It's car 23 that started at the rear of the grid.
And rear could be the operative word in a moment.
They didn't have the car running in practice, which is why it started in the rear, and obviously it's not running properly now, and that's a terrible place for it to have stopped. Phil Stanley, the co-driver, has been here many times and featured in all sorts of runs, mainly in the smaller cars, Minis and Ford Escorts and so on. Had a phenomenal crash in an Escort at Amaru Park during the year.
This is a tricky manoeuvre as they try to get that car out of there.
This will be heart-stopping stuff.
Let's all hold our breath and just wonder what's going to happen. But
they're
they're
just going to push it over the mountain. That's it, yes. Okay, let's go back to some of the action now with Bobby Morris in the Everlast Breville Falcon.
And he goes past
Chris O'Connor-Mackie, perhaps, I believe, is in the pits area. Chris, if you receive us and can grab hold of Alan Moffat, let's hear from you.
Okay, Alan, the man that's won that race so many times, to be a pedestrian so early has to be a great disappointment, I know, Al. Your car was smoking, but it was running well. Yes. Stopped in the pits, and the engine was covered with oil. Do you know what the problem was?
Yes, it was all over my feet as well, Chris. We put new rings in it last night. That was the problem all weekend long, and that's why the car was going so well. It was trying to go, was back up on compression, and unfortunately with the warm-up lap, or the pace lap, whatever we want to call it, that's when the rings got run in, and for all those heavy motorists, I can tell you, it doesn't work. You have to run your motor in, and that's what killed us. They didn't seat, and the oil just comes blowing up from underneath the engine and floods everything up. My feet are soaking with oil.
You know, a man with such a following in Australian motor racing, you've had your problems all year long, and the Falcon came on stream a bit late. Was it lack of preparation time that really perhaps did you in?
Yes, 30-day wonders never do too much for you, but we were quite convinced, Chris, you know, we've got a lot of American engineering in this car. We got the best of Australian engineering in it. But when you get behind the 8-ball and you try to do so much, sometimes it's a little bit difficult. Let's face it, if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it.
I know that. Alan, as a man who knows the scene, looking at the remainder of the field, if you were to pick somebody that might win, who would you point the finger at?
I'm never much of a dice man here, Chris. It can be anybody's race.
Make it easy for you. Would it be a Falcon or a Commodore?
I don't think it's going to be a Ford product.
Okay, that's it from Alan Moffat. Better luck next time, Alan.
Well, I think the Dick Johnson fans will have something else to say about that. But anyway, leading the race at the moment, of course, is still Dick Johnson of Queensland in the Palmer Tube Mills entry. Kevin Bartlett in the 9 Network Chevrolet Camaro in second place. And Peter Brock in the 05 Marlboro Dealer Team Commodore in third. Here we go. Bobby Morris down through the gears at the end of Breville Conrod Straight. John Harvey right on his tailpipe. And Harvey, at this stage, I think, is getting ready to want to run. Okay, split screen down through the gears as they make the left-hander that brings them up Mountain Straight out of the turn. Harvey right on Bob Morris's tailpipe.
Now, you may have noticed how around that corner, Bob Morris hardly turned the steering wheel. Once committed to the corner, he was able to drive out on his throttle, and there he is now going up the straight. All he has to do is change gear back into fourth. Now it's flat out up the hill, and it's just purely and simply a question of power and gearing. There's Harvey, who comes racing up behind. Morris still just in front of the car center. Harvey goes through in 25, right on his tail. And it'll be a busier driver as Johnny Harvey and Bobby Morris are watching come up towards the cutting. Masses of correction there to get the car straight. Takes a tight line because he has to pass the car, and that makes it doubly difficult when you've got Johnny Harvey on your tail. Up towards McPhillamy, and Harvey is hanging on, not letting go. A great high-speed dice here. Harvey would like to get by and lend some sort of support to Peter Brock, who's up there in third spot.
Okay, over the top of the mountain, Bobby Morris and the Breville Ford. Back in fourth place, John Harvey in fifth, right behind him. Now from our static camera shot, watch the way they pick up the wheels as they come through here. There's Bobby Morris. We relocate the camera and you can see the driver at work. Taking a little look now and then out the mirror. Down through the mountain. Brings them back on to Breville Conrod Straight, and they're off and running. the way to the end of the straightaway, and the left-hander that brings them back past the pit area.
While we watch Bobby Morris, bad news for Mazda fans. 3 Mazda RX-7 started. The news from the pits is only 1 is still running. The other 2 are in the pits and behind and being worked on. An enormous number of cars have visited the pits in the early stages, but only 1 big car so far, Alan Moffat's, which is out of the race almost certainly. The rings didn't bed in, a new motor. He tried to run them in 1 lap, as you may have heard him say in his conversation with Chris Economaki. It didn't work. They didn't settle down. The oil came pouring past.
Here's a great dice here with Harvey, who moves up on the outside of Bobby Morris. There's a little bit of dirt there. Whoops, boys. Straighten it back up, and now it's really starting to get serious between Bobby Morris and John Harvey. Harvey looking at wanting to go after Peter Brock, and Brock is already putting pressure on Alan Grice. Okay, let's have a look at the rear view. See, for you folks at home, we're showing you everything today. Here's John Harvey. This is how it would look if you're a passenger in the back seat of Bob Morris's car.
You can see the long legs of the Falcon. They're just pulling away a little bit. And Harvey closing up a little bit as they come towards the corner. And up the hill will be interesting. This is where the Falcon should do well with a bigger engine. Maybe around the top through the bend is where Hardy might make up just a little bit of ground, but a pretty close dice. 2 very experienced drivers at work here.
There you can see the shot on your screen, Morris leading, and in our insert shot, that's how close Harvey gets to Bob Morris through the tricky part of the circuit. You'll see how he'll probably close up as they go over the top of the mountain and down into the S's, and hoping John makes no rude gestures.
He's making a move on the side, though. He's taking a slightly different line, as you can see, as he goes through.
The only thing holding him up are 2 million viewers throughout Australia,
of whom half will be feeling slightly car sick, I suspect. A lot of people don't like travelling backwards, especially at about 200 kilometres an hour, which is what they're doing along the top of the mountain. And they're about to dip down, and here comes in Harvey, trying to close in a little bit. They pass one of the escorts. They've just passed in the class. And Harvey is closing up and may make a slight move to get by here. And if he does, you'll be the first to see it.
Well, Morris gained a little bit of ground that time. He's pulled away just a little, but they have to overlap another slower car.
That's, in fact, Johnny Goss in the XJS Jaguar, which really hasn't done any proper running here, running in almost standard trim. And John Goss gets to one side to let John Harvey go through. Bob Morris is away.
He really pulled away from the Commodore at that particular part of the track, but allowing for the fact that Harvey was caught a little behind Goss, who moved from the left to the right across the road. But just look at the speed difference there as they head down Breville straightaway, Conrod Straight, heading down to the pit area, and there is quite a gap there. As you can see, he has pulled away from the Commodore.
The braking will be interesting, Mike, to see whether the Commodore driver tries to close up a little bit on the brake, tend to leave the margin as it is.
61 here is going to have cheap thrills for everyone here in a moment.
We can see the difference under brakes. Harvey has come right up on his tail. Maybe pressing the car a little harder, and in fact he's trying to get by. We're losing him as he goes out to one side. Now whether Bob Morris will stand that is hard to say. You can see Harvey alongside. He has the inner running.
Where has he gone? Here he is.
We'll swing round and see what happens to him. There's the view on the left.
He's past
there he is. Fabulous stuff. This is a world first in motor racing. This has never happened before. And we've got this great dice between 2 master drivers in Bob Morris, who's now out passing Johnny Harvey again.
Up the mountain.
Morning, John. See you back on top of the mountain. Well, that'll give you an idea of the speed difference. Morris then goes back up into 4th place. Harvey is still 5th, and they've been playing cat and mouse for the last 6 laps of this race.
Meantime, tooling along out in front and enjoying the breeze is Dick Johnson from Queensland, and he's still got about a 50-metre lead over Kevin Bartlett in the 9 Network Camaro.
As in past years, all through the race, we'll be calling upon the services of the IBM computer people here who've been with us now for more than a decade, and we'll keep you posted with what's happening in outright, what's happening in the classes, and we can break it down on a make-by-make situation for you. That'll be happening throughout the telecast.
Once again, over the top of the mountain, and it's Bobby Morris and John Harvey, this great dice. Okay, down through the mountain. We'll carry them through until they hit Conrod straightaway one more time. Bobby Morris, John Harvey, the 25 car, the car that was driven by Alan Moffat at Sandown in the recent 400 where he placed 4th. Nick Allen would love to be driving the car today. Morris, who is very quick in traffic. They come back on to Breville, Conrod Straight, and away goes Bobby Morris, and that'll give us a short break. We'll take a break in the action and be back live with the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 from Mount Panorama at Bathurst.
Back at the Mount Panorama, the top 10 after 9 laps. It's the Falcon of Dick Johnson from the Camaro of Kevin Bartlett, the Commodore of Alan Grice, who's now in front of the Brock Commodore, the Falcon of Bobby Morris. The car we're watching now in 5th place, just ahead of Johnny Harvey, who's running 6th in the Commodore. Charlie O'Brien is in 7th place in another Commodore. Peter Jansen running 8th in another Commodore, as is Gary Rogers in 9th. And in 10th place, the Falcon of Murray Carter. They're the top 10 by courtesy of IBM.
Still this great dice going on across the top of the mountain between Bobby Morris in the Channel 7 Rebel Ford entry and John Harvey, car 25, the second of the Marlborough Holden dealer team Commodores. And it's provided most of the action so far in terms of close racing in this 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000. Federation Insurance entry, car number 1, Alan Moffat, out of the race. Big disappointment for Alan. Bit of brake lock up.
Yes, well, the lead still is held by Dick Johnson of Queensland. Here's this great dice continuing for 4th and 5th place between Bobby Morris and the Breville Everlast Falcon. John Harvey, who each lap pulls out on pit straightaway and has a shot at the inside. We'll see how good. No, John decides he won't go for it this time. They'll be coming up shortly to put a lap on Peter Williamson. But this time Harvey pulls out very, very quickly. It's a very warm day here at Bathurst, and Harvey would certainly not want to be sitting in that slipstream and starting to cook the engine.
He's trying to get the line for GTX corner. Bobby Morris covering him, determined not to let him in. Here are the two of them flying up the hill. A very critical part of the section. Some people say this is where you win at Bathurst, not down the mountain, but up.
You wouldn't say that Bob was short on competition today, would you? He's got John Harvey absolutely glued to his tailpipe. John is on two-way communication, of course, to the Marlborough dealer team pits. He knows exactly where Brock is running, and Brock's running quite steadily up in 3rd place. And John is in 5th. The only driver separating them at this stage is Bob Morris. Over the top of the mountain. So we have a Ford running out front and a Ford running 4th.
And if you think they're not trying, to see the way they went round that bend up the top of the mountain. Here they are at Skyline now. Harvey is really going hard to try and make up ground. He has to play Dan Daring around the bends because Bobby Morris just has the legs down the straight and a little bit up the hill, I suspect, too. Just a little more in reserve. And with the slightly better handling car, John Harvey has to try in a fairly desperate fashion to get up there and maintain contact and put himself into a passing position. He's absolutely intent in maintaining pressure. He's not going to let Bob Morris get away. But you can see Morris now is opening up the big 5.8 litre Falcon and really flying down the straight and trying to get some sort of slipstream advantage. John Harvey sticks behind him, although at this stage about 7 or 8 car lengths in the rear. But it's under braking he'll make an effort. It just depends on the sort of line that Morris is going to leave him. Passing other cars at a breathtaking pace.
Chris Economaki is in the pit area and is making several observations at the moment. Chris, can you hear us? We'll get Chris the next lap around. There's Bob Morris, John Harvey, glued to his tailpipe. Once again, Harvey pulls out, wants the run to GTX Bend.
He's running for 5th and 6th position. The car's a little more open at the front. A great dice in the race in these early stages between this pair. Again up the mountain. It's Morris who leads the way, Harvey who follows, putting his wheel tracks almost exactly the same place. Chris Hire, VW Golf behind. They was in the pits for a brief period of time. The message from our men there was that it was a broken throttle cable, which his pit crew had replaced, and the man who was fastest in practice among the small cars is back on the track, but he's given away something like 2 laps to his rivals in that category. Harvey's close this time. He's held on pretty well up the top of the mountain. and he'll be making a big play as they come down the side. He can't afford to lose Bob Morris down Breville Straight. That's a very fast part of the circuit. In the meantime, there's our leader.
Dick Johnson from Queensland, ripping down Breville Conrod Straight, the head of the field. The fair sort of a break.
Yes, he has.
Kevin Bartlett's dropping back, Mike.
Yes, he was starting to smoke the last couple of laps back, and this has enabled Johnson to get that good buffer. He's managed to put probably another 100 metres. And Johnson doing it smoothly. He's a very, very tidy driver, Johnson. If you want to last 1,000 kilometres around Bathurst, you just have to be tidy.
The reason that Kevin Bartlett is dropping back, we believe, is his back brakes are starting to drop. That may be the smoke we can see. He's having to ease up a little bit, and that's not good news for the Camaro driver.
Johnson makes the left-hander and up mountain straight again.
Oops. And one of the slower cars cut one of the others off, swerving across the road. But that enabled the race leader to...
Kevin Bartlett has gone into the pits.
Well, we have Bartlett into the pits. I don't think they plan to be in the pits quite this early. Some of the pit activity as the rear wheels come off. Kevin sitting there. We'll just check and see if they're doing anything to the brakes. Bartlett is talking back through his two-way communication.
Locking rear brakes was the problem, as we heard. I don't know what mechanic has got asbestos gloves. He's going with raw fingers, and I suspect he might get a few burnt ones. There's the drum off.
Yes. That's not a good start to this year's race for Kevin Bartlett.
He's a fully professional driver, KB. First raced in 1957, 23 years ago, and he ran an MGTC at Mount Druitt. I asked him how he went. I said, where did he finish? He said, nowhere. And maybe that's where he's going this year. Although he was a man who made a break in Hardie's Heroes yesterday and won himself $9,250. It might be all the money that Kevin Bartlett is taking back from this year's Bathurst race. We'll return in just a few moments to see what progress his mechanics are making getting this Chev Camaro back on the track when we return to the action here at Bathurst in the Great Race.
Back in the pit area, and Kevin Bartlett is still in there. Chris Economaki is in the pits, and we're waiting to see if we can get something back from Chris Economaki, but this is a long pit stop and not one that I think that Kevin Bartlett wanted to make. Let's go trackside to Chris Economaki.
All right, we're down here in Kevin Bartlett's pit where the hood goes back down. The problem has been one of brakes, and the car fires up. And perhaps we can have our cameraman over here give us a shot of the brakes that they've taken out. At any rate, the specially made brakes on the back of the Camaro just cooked here. I'm looking at them, they're still smoking. Mechanics did quite a job in getting these units out. As we can see right here, they're very stock brakes. You could almost barbecue a hamburger. You could almost barbecue a hamburger from the heat that's radiating from this brake drum and brake lining combination that's been taken off the Bartlett Camaro. The mechanics did a great job. It's red hot to work with this stuff, change the rear brakes, and get fresh ones on to send them back out. But this portends more trouble for Kevin Bartlett if in this shorter period of time he's overcooked the brakes. You can see it blistering the paint right behind it. On the wall, the heat blistered the paint right off the wall. It's really hot. I've never seen brakes this hot, and it's quite thick. So one of the problems in the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 has struck pole sitter Kevin Bartlett early. Back to the tower.
Thank you, Chris. In fact, right behind you, I saw Bobby Forbes. You might like to check with Bob to see whether they're planning any change. Otherwise, Kevin has got no hope in the world of lasting the race if he was forced to go into the pits after only 14 laps. In the meantime, the man who is apparently having no brake trouble and still leading the race, as he has from the very outset, is Queenslanders Dick Johnson.
Well, Bartlett dropped
someone just going for a stroll across the road. Yes.
There's a car parked on the right-hand side, as you can see. They're opening the door. It looks like one of the Recar cars. It's a bit hard to see by the partial sign rating. The Recar people have 3 cars, one of which was in the pits just a while ago. It was a Scotty Taylor car, the small 3-litre Commodore that he prepared from Wodonga.
That's the race leader, Dick Johnson from Queensland. That braking problem and the pit stop cost Kevin Bartlett's Camaro the best part of 2 laps, about a lap and 3/4.
In 4 minutes in the pits, just in static times, let alone what he lost in slowing down.
So across the top, well, Dick Johnson is feeling good.
He carries a map of Queensland on the roof of the car. He's pursuing another Falcon at the moment. Number 32, he's about to engulf, I think. That's not a Falcon, that's 32. It sure looks like a Falcon living here. Maybe I'm picking up the wrong number, 22 maybe. A bit hard to see the way some of these cars are painted. Jim Keogh, I think it would be, who distinguished himself by being the leading Ford Falcon finisher last year when he came home in 14th place. But just being passed by the leader in the race now, and he'll tuck in behind him and follow him down the straight and say, how's he got a lap power when I can't go nearly as fast in the same sort of car?
2.2 seconds between the race leader, Dick Johnson, and now in second place, 0.5, Peter Brock in the Marlboro Holden Dealer Team Commodore. Now, hello, what's this?
We had one upside down. Just checking out for you.
Is it Ron Wanless? It's a bit hard to pick. I don't want to cause people frights, but it looked as though it may just have been number 26. I just couldn't.
If I stand on my head.
No, it's not. It's one of the smaller cars, number 59. And 59 is one of the under 1600cc cars.
That's the Gemini.
That's one of the country dealer teams, Gary Rowe, in the country dealer team Gemini. He's gone into the fence, he's rolled the car, lost a wheel. That's the tire. He's just knocked out from the barrier there, up the top of the fence. Marshals around the car. Bits of debris there. You can see what's happened. He's gone right in. The driver taking off his helmet. That's him on the left. Rowe is on the left.
Gary Rowe. This was his second year at Bathurst. In fact, I think he finished 3rd in this class last year.
Well, you can see he's hit the wall there on the inside. It's up the top of the mountain and flipped the car right over and has come down to land on the roof very heavily. A really hard impact. But mind you, this is one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and he'd be travelling at absolutely maximum throttle opening there when he came in. For what reason we don't know. There's a tyre and wheel bent right out. I thought at first it was missing.
There is Gary Rowe standing up on the embankment.
In the meantime, something of a sensation. We've got Peter Brock in the pits, so we've got 2 of the leaders in, and Brock has come into the pits.
And at this stage, doesn't look terribly happy.
Shaking his head.
Well, maybe Bathurst is not going to be his race. He's had such a great year this year that I think he was worried that his fortune was going to run out. The thing he was most concerned was he'd had such a good year that surely luck was going to turn against him. A new wheel being put on.
Yes, and I would think, a lot of others have bad luck. Let's go trackside to Chris Economaki to give us the full story. There, Chris.
Yes. Okay, down here in the pits with Peter Brock. He's got problems with the front end of the car.
Oh, he's hit something.
As you can see here, as you can see, the left front corner of the 05 car has been damaged, and the radiator. Obviously, as steam is coming out, it may well be that Peter Brock's run of victories here in the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 comes to a short end. If you look at him in the side of the car, he may be getting out.
It looks, Chris, as though he may have hit another car.
He's going back out. He's driven over the jack. And they're sending him on. Now, what they'll do now is get ready to service the car with a more elaborate repair job when he comes back in. And we'll be standing by for that repair job when it happens. Back to the tower.
Thank you, Chris. Well, drama indeed for Peter Brock. Whether or not they needed another lap for him to turn off, or whether to get back into the back of the pits.
The great question here, Mike Raymond, is whether it was a wise move sending him out. Now, they needed the time and said, we don't want to waste time, we'll get ready for you. But he's got to go right round the track with a car that obviously is losing a lot of water. And now the dilemma facing Peter Brock is whether he's going to ruin that motor in this one lap. 6 kilometres to go. He's losing a lot of water. It looks like he's hit someone or something. I suspect, in view of his past record, he's got caught in the traffic and been damaged in another car.
And besides that, at that same time, Dick Johnson has now put a lap on Peter Brock. There's Johnson, who overlapped that bunch, which included Peter Brock.
Well, Brock won the race by 6 laps last year, but I imagine now he's not saying, well, I've got 6 laps to spare. He'd be a very worried man. Mr. Cool of motor racing. But things aren't going well his way, and of course we have Kevin Bartlett with even earlier troubles with his...
Oh, we've had another bang, and is that the race?
That's the leader. Dick Johnson. Now, whether Dick has been hampered by the rescue truck here, which is out on the track, but he has gone into the fence. Dick Johnson, the leader, he's broken the left-hand front suspension. You can see by the way the car is leading down. Now, a rescue vehicle has been out to bring in one of the damaged vehicles. The officials are running back. I rather think that Dick came round the corner and found himself with an impossible situation. You can see them stimulating the flag marshal, saying, for heaven's sake, wave the flags. There's Bobby Morris came in, almost collected the front of the car, and the field is pouring through. The marshals are out now, waving down, trying to slow things. There's a rescue truck there. Johnson, the race leader, is out of the race. I can't see he can possibly fix it. And a very disappointed Dick Johnson walking through. You can see where he's hit the fence. He's broken the front left-hand side of the car. And within 5 minutes, we've lost Kevin Bartlett in the pit for several minutes, Peter Brock with a damaged front, and now we have the race leader, Dick Johnson, into the fence and almost out of the race.
That is unbelievable. Unbelievable set of circumstances that has taken out the 3 leaders inside of 10 laps.
The message we're getting back from our camera position there is he'd hit a rock. Now, whether it's a rock that's been knocked onto the circuit, whether someone's thrown it down, there are no rocks on the track, but that's the word we're getting back from the track. That Johnson has hit a rock. Now, the camera point crew are saying, yes, he's hit a rock. We must try and find out what sort of rock, but he's gone into the fence as well, as you can see, which has done the damage. But something has thrown him out, and you can see where he's gone in.
Well, what dramas. Boy, Alan Moffat out of the race. Kevin Bartlett with rear brake problems. It's cost him a couple of laps already. Peter Brock done some damage to the front of his car and is going to have to come back in for repairs momentarily and has lost a lap, or had lost a lap, down to Dick Johnson. And no sooner did we say that, and here's Dick Johnson out of the race.
Our IBM people are saying that Brock hit a rock as well. Now, whether we've got some phantom rock throwers around, I don't know. But
I would tend to think that maybe that in Brock's case, but with that tender vehicle, it was on the racetrack at the time. We'll have to wait to get the full story.
Yes,
rather than say that people are throwing rocks on the track at this stage.
Sure. If I was to attempt an instant analysis, I'd say that Johnson came around the corner, found he had to swerve to dodge the tender vehicle, and then you can see the trouble he got into trying to get out of the correction and went into the wall. But another rescue vehicle is on the track. The oil flag is out. One of the marshals is running there, collecting bits of broken glass and plastic and metal. The field's slowing right down. There's Gary Rogers coming saying what's going on. And the Alpha, you can see the end of the vehicle. He's been into the pits. This is the Derek Bell and car.
That looks like it's thrown a tyre off, Evan, on the left. Perhaps off.
I can't quite work out where it's come from, but
that's car 48, the Phil McDonald and Derek Bell Alpha GTV. That's right.
We also have. Let's check it back. There's so much happening at this stage of the race with our, well, virtually our leaders going out. Kevin Bartlett is back on the track and circulating, but it's certainly a race of very high attrition and certainly a lot of drama. We've got a lot more coming your way, so stay with us. We'll take a break and be back live with the Hardie-Ferodo 1000 from Mount Panorama.
That's Derek Bell in that car.
At this stage, I would say we can get all the cameras activated and see if we're going to need them. Well, at this rate, we might have a field running after 12.
Is Brock back in or no?
Okay, so John, Alan Grice is our race leader, correct?
Well, he should be, yes.
Alan Grice, Bob Morris.
No, John Harvey. Well, Bob Morris, John Harvey.
Right. Oh, what a set of circumstances.
Yep. Brock's still going.
Phil, I've been trying. Okay, hang on.
Yes, I am, Michael. You're breaking up, Mike. I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Back in the race, those that are still in it, they include 05 Peter Brock in the lead Commodore for the Marlborough Holden dealer team. He hasn't come back into the pits as yet for that repair work to the front left of his car, where we understand, hit a rock. That's what caused the damage. But all sorts of dramas have been happening, and we've got Dick Johnson from Queensland out of the race after hitting the fence up the top. It looks as though car 6, the Craven Mild, no, Harvey's in first place in car 25, the second of the Marlborough Holden dealer team cars. In first place, John Harvey in car 25. Car 4, Peter Jansen, the Cadbury Schweppes Commodore, is in second place, and the Greater Pacific Finance car, Gary Rogers, is holding down third place at the moment.
Okay, we have a replay of the Dick Johnson accident that was taken from camera a fair way away from that, but we'll try and roll that in and see what we can find. There's the tender vehicle. Goodness
you can see how he went up the wall there. Now, he was lucky not to go to the top of the wall. In fact, the way he hit that so
well, the
hard.
marshal is still falling backwards down there, and you can see whether or not there has been a wild swerve or something. We'll have to wait to get the absolute story on that. That's absolutely incredible. He must have hit that wall flat out.
Well, as fast as he could go up the hill, he came around the corner, and obviously he's had to change line because of the rescue truck out there. And that went so close to going over the top. You can see just how hard he hit. Now, I'm staggered that Peter Brock is still out there. We thought he was going straight back. Maybe he's found that the temperature has stabilised and is prepared to keep circulating. He's having no troubles with the front of the car in terms of affecting the steering. And let's go back a bit in the field to the man that you travelled with so much last year, Peter Williamson. Peter, how are things going with you back in the field?
The scene from inside the second of our camera cars, the Peter Williamson Toyota Celica. We've already seen some of the great action earlier from the camera inside the Channel 7 Breville Ford entry driven by Bobby Morris, and that great dice with John Harvey. And this is the car, Peter Williamson.
Problem. Goodness me, it's all happening at the moment.
The McLeod Brewster Mazda RX-7. I think it was probably the last survivor of the three that were entered.
Peter McLeod trailing a cloud of smoke there. The last of the Mazdas still going as far as we know, and it's been a disastrous day for them as well as for a lot of other cars.
Okay, over the top of the mountain. Oh my goodness me. It's not the year of the RX-7, is it?
Beautifully prepared car too. Look at the how the flag of Australia was incorporated into his number on the roof of the car, but it's not going to bring him much luck, unfortunately. Back to the pits to Chris Economaki.
Thank you. I'm standing here in the Marlborough Holden dealer team pit where the timer tells me that Peter Brock's lap times are now 5 seconds off of his best earlier. He's staying out there with a damaged nose, an overheating engine, or perhaps that was just the hot water steaming out. But the aerodynamics of the car has been upset. They're going to let him stay out there and stay with it and try and perhaps fix the car at the next routine pit stop. But he's out there racing, but 5 seconds off his normal pace. Back to you, Evan.
Thank you, Chris. Well, apparently no mechanical trouble, as you say. It was probably just the steam from the overheating engine when he stopped in the pits. But I bet that Peter Brock is desperately looking at his temperature gauge to make sure it stays around the safe mark. And that'd be a great blow, because 5 seconds a lap through lost aerodynamics is going to be an enormous handicap for this man to have to try and overcome. You can see the influence there. He's lost part of the spoiler at the front, and he's lost the headlight cover. And not only would it lose some speed, but it would also affect the stability of the car, making it a little unbalanced in terms of the way it penetrates the air. Just getting the signal from one of the 2-litre class drivers to pass on the left-hand side as he goes sweeping up the top of the hill.
Might be an opportune time to take a look at our IBM score service, and let's take a look how the top 10 are running. We certainly know we won't take the 10, but we'll take at least the first 4, and we know that the Alan Grice, John Smith, Craven Mild, Commodore, is out front and leading. Bobby Morris and Bill O'Brien in the Falcon, running strongly in second. John Harvey and Ron Harrop in the Marlborough Dealer Team Commodore in third.
And a moment ago we were watching Peter Williamson, who's the man expected to lead his 2-litre class, the man who was thought might be a real rival. Gary Leggett is in the pits with the fuel injection playing up on his twin-cam Gemini. Here's the IBM readout on the position as of 20 laps. And it's Alan Grice in the Craven Mile car in front. You can see that Bobby Morris now up into second place. In third place, John Harvey in the second of the Holden Dealer Team cars. Peter Jansen in fourth place. In fifth, it's Gary Rogers in the Commodore. Murray Carter up into sixth position. Ron Dixon has moved into seventh place. In eighth, it's Gary Cook in the Citizens Watches Commodore. Ninth place, Pete Gagan, the man who won here with Alan Moffat way back in the early 70s in the Commodore. And off the leaderboard, Peter Brock with a damaged car which is affecting his speed, and a lot of time to make up, but a lot of determination there as he goes spearing on down Breville Straight. Well, the action is really happening here at Mount Panorama Bathurst. We'll be back soon, just as we see the Dick Johnson car taken back to the graveyard of hopes here at Mount Panorama, one of the early tragedies in the great race.
Breaking up, Mike. Come in again. Yes. 10 seconds.
Williamson. Can you receive us, Peter?
Australia. I'm back at it again this year. Chasing my old sparring partner, Fury Ford, in front of me for the first part of the race. We're trying to keep on a constant pressure. We've had a lot of troubles trying to get to this race meeting this year, but everything seems to be working fine now. Right behind me I've got the Dick Barber Samposi Camaro, and he's giving me some problems. Just going past now. He'll get in my road as we break for this corner, and there he does it again. Oh, what a dingbat. My God, Father, what a deal.
Okay,
He's been doing that for the last 4 laps. He's going to cause me some problems unless I can get rid of him.
You seem to be doing well with him over the top of the mountain.
This is BP cutting, it's very steep climb. There's been a lot of accidents. Dick Johnson hit the wall here. He destroyed his car, unfortunately, because he was a pre-race favourite. He qualified second fastest. We've got another wreck here, a Gemini. Bad race of attrition, unfortunately. Just coming through Castrol Curve, onto McPhillamy. Here we go. Hang on for a second. Very busy. Here we go again with this Camaro. Down into the dipper. Into the elbow. There's a little crawl there in our road. We'll just try and clear him. Sorry for the intervals in the telecast, but I'm having a bit of difficulty staying on the street at the moment. This is for Conrod Straight.
How does the car?
Beautiful side.
How does the car seem to be running at this stage, Peter?
There it is, Conrod. Bathurst in the distance. We're touching at about 8,200 revs per minute. It's about 140 miles per hour. Not bad for a 2-litre car, wouldn't you think? We're going into the 200 brake. There's the 3. There's the 2 on the brakes. And into Murray's corner. There's the start-finish line, which I hope I see in about 6 hours' time.
How does the car seem to be running at the moment, Peter?
Who's coming across me?
Back onto pit straight. How does the car seem to be running?
Who's coming across me? He's too fast for me, but he's just caused me a lot of trouble. I had to lock a brake just coming into this corner, GDX, and I've lost so much speed now. I'm trying to get it all back. Laurie Nelson in the Capri Components car in front of me took advantage of my problems and overtook me. Coming up into the cutting. Here we go. Yellow flags again, more trouble. Under the tree. Flags. Very confusing. Castrol Curve. Onto McPhillamy. Oh dear, come on, hold it. Doing all sorts of silly things. Oh dear, oh me. We're getting held up severely by some of these people. And of course this little car, we haven't got a lot of top end power and low down torque, and when we lose I can't get it back. See, this Holden's a big car and he's got the legs on me, but I'll get him here under brakes. We're just coming out of the braking area now. Over the last hump, there's the 500, the 400, the 300, the 200, and here I go. Hang around. These are having a race now. Well, that might slow them down a bit and give me a bit of a chance to catch up. Which is exactly what it's done. Yes, I'm keeping my wits about me. It's pretty close stuff. Capris, as you can see, got me up the straight and down the mountain. I get it all back in the braking areas and across the top of the mountain I get it again. As Laurie Nelson's beside me. No, he's not going to come with me. Here we go. GDX. I've got to keep the speed on. As you can see, there's a white flag being waved. Means there's a vehicle on the circuit up here somewhere. They slow me down, you see, and if I don't keep the speed up with this car, I lose so much time. It's under the tree. It's hard to replace. Look at the Gemini, isn't it a mess? Here we go. We'll make a bit of ground here on the Prairie Ford. Oh. There we go. This is a hard stopper. There we go. Over the skyline. What a view. I'll pull him in here if I can. And I'm doing it. He goes this boy, doesn't he?
Looks like he can stay with him there.
Try and tag him down the straight, get a draw off him, his speed, and then try and outbrake him at the bottom. But he's just a bit good for me. And there's that beautiful Conrod straight, isn't it glorious? You almost see Blakehurst from here.
How are your temperature and oil, everything running okay?
You see he's stretching away from me a bit. He's gaining about 5 or 10 cowlings. There's the 400, the 300, the 200, here I come. Look out forward. Gotcha. Everything okay, John? Everything's okay. We've just got an intermittent electrical problem with the alternator. The light keeps coming on and off every now and again. We're going to try and slashing it up when we get back. Can I turn the camera off? Thank you. Over into Mountain Straight. I'm going to catch this ball again. This is GDX. I've got to really keep the barrel. Hang about a moment. Here we go.
That's Peter Hopwood you're chasing, Peter. He knows what it's all about, and he's going very hard, isn't he?
That looks like Peter Hopwood in front of you, Pete.
Under the tree. There we are, Reed Park. There must be a lot of petrol on the road. They're spraying it now to get rid of it. That's the normal procedure.
Looks like a pretty rough ride all across the top there, Peter.
Yeah, it's rough.
If I could just interrupt, Mike, we've got a couple of important cars in the pits too.
Okay, thank you, Peter. We'll return to the pit area. Looks like Bobby Morris is in.
Morris called into the pits there. So is Murray Carter, who's had steering problems and changing tyres. A lot of activity there. But Bob Morris, carrying the second of the Channel 7 cameras, has come into the pits. They're changing all the rubber, adding fuel, but that's just as a fill-in. That's not the reason he's coming. This is not a scheduled stop. Over to you, Chris Economaki, please.
Right, down here in Bob Morris' pit, and an unscheduled tire change is being made. Morris told me before the race that they thought they could go halfway on each set of tires, but now he's in, and having the tires changed. And right now my watch says he's been in the better part of a minute, coming up on 60 seconds, which is a long stop, but he seems cool and calm, as you can see, sitting right here as the pit crews work to get these right side tires on. The jacks are coming down and he'll be going out in just a moment. My watch now shows a minute 6 seconds. It's going to be a minute 10-second pit stop for Bob Morris. There he goes.
Well, no wonder he was so frustrated, Chris Economaki. He was only 4.1 seconds behind Alan Grice and in second place when he came into the pits. So now the order is Alan Grice leading from John Harvey, then Jansen, Rogers, and they're the top five. And who would have put money on that? With so many of the stars either in trouble or out of the race. Dick Johnson, the leader for 16 laps. He collected $800 in prize money from Coca-Cola for leading those 16 laps, but he's out of the race. And we've got a car visiting the one of the escape roads, doing a U-turn.
It looks like is that the Citizen Watch, is it?
Yep, yes, it looks like Gary Cook's car.
Yeah, it looks like the car has spun, and that's at the end of pit straightaway. Peter Williamson will let Peter go. It's tremendous of him, actually, to be able to carry out a conversation with Peter, and we'll go to the pit area now, where Chris Economaki has an update on the Dick Johnson withdrawal from this year's Hardie-Ferodo. Take it away, Chris.
Well, I'm standing in front of an empty pit. It's a sad, sad story, the Dick Johnson story in today's Hardie-Ferodo 1000. Leading the race, he got on the top of the hill, and then an animal among the spectators decided to throw a rock at him. A huge rock was thrown in front of the car. Johnson hit it, crashed, and was out of the race. His car was put on the wrecking truck. He came back, and when he got out of the wrecking truck, I was there, he was crying like a baby. In all of my years in racing, I have never seen a man so emotionally shaken as was Dick Johnson. He almost couldn't walk. He was assisted to his caravan. He had his hand over his face, and he was shaking with sobs. It's really one of the saddest racing stories I've ever had the unfortunate business to report. Back to you, the Tower.
Thank you very much, Chris. And there is the rock. You can see it there on the fence. That large, dark rock with some clothing just near it. It is unbelievable that anyone in the crowd could throw a rock on the track. And Dick Johnson had the misfortune to be in its way. In the meantime, back in another Falcon with Bobby Morris.
That's the view from inside Bobby's car, and we'll be back for more of that and more of this tremendous action. Peter Williamson zipping by there. We'll be back for more of that shortly at Mount Panorama in the Hardie-Ferodo 1000. That's the armchair ride from inside the Channel 7 Rebel XD Falcon, driven by Bobby Morris. And Bobby Morris at the present time is holding down third spot in this Hardie-Ferodo 1000 for 1980. The two cars that are ahead of him at this time are the Car 6, the Craven Mild Commodore of Alan Grice, and Car 25, the Marlborough Holden Dealer Team Commodore of John Harvey.
And news from the pits is that the Murray Carter Falcon is in the pits with a suspected broken rear axle, which is a great disappointment.
Here's the race leader. Here's the race leader, Alan Grice in car number 6, the Craven Mild Commodore. And I think not far back behind him is Peter Brock, who is down on Alan Grice. But Grice at this stage has been running very smoothly. We'll go trackside at the moment. More drama in the pits. Take it away, Chris Economaki.
I'm standing alongside Murray Carter's car. It's in the pits with a rather unique malfunction, a broken axle. We don't see that much in motorsports today. It's spilling oil over there. Let's walk up and try and get a word with Murray. Excuse me a moment. Murray, are you going to be able to get back in?
Well, yes, we hope so. I think it'll only delay us for a short period. Once we change this axle, we'll be right again.
Why do you think the axle broke? We don't usually see this kind of a problem these days.
No, I think what with the rubbish that's on the circuit up there, and we're getting a little bit off the circuit at times to avoid some of the rubbish up there. Probably just getting the wheel into one of the ditches up there might have shocked the other axle and fractured it.
What kind of rubbish is up there? How bad is it?
Well, there's a lot of rubbish on the track up there where the cars have come to grief. And we're trying to keep clear of the rubbish, and probably just one of the ditches has jolted the wheel and snapped the axle.
Is that the rocks you're talking about, and is it a hazard?
No, well, we're avoiding the rocks for puncture problems.
I see. Okay, Murray Carter from the cockpit telling us that the track is really dirty up on the upper part of the circuit, and that broken axle is going to take a long time to fix on car number 18. Back to you in the tower.
Thank you, Chris, and quite a race of attrition. There's our chopper shot showing the progress of the race and the progress of the cars along Breville Conrod straightaway. Well, we have quite a number of interesting guests here today at the Hardie-Ferodo 1000. We'll be talking with many of them during the course of the afternoon. I'd like to invite in to join us Ken Squire, who is anchorman for motorsport on the CBS network in America. Ken is well aware we've got Chris Economaki from ABC here with us as well today. Thanks for joining us. It's certainly a race of high attrition.
It certainly is. For the 62-car field, you've got a lot of excitement out here wherever you're picking up your pictures. It's really incredible the coverage you're giving us.
Well, can you believe of all the motor races that you've covered throughout the world, of any spectator throwing a boulder across the fence and putting out the lead car?
Yeah, that's a sadness, and it's disappointing. Once in a while we've seen that conduct in the NASCAR Grand National circuit, but that has stopped. They've put in heavy penalties, severe fining, and the crowd who really enjoy motorsports and understands it come down pretty hard on those souls to do things like that.
Yes, it's an amazing place, though, this racetrack, because the spectator areas up in the hills up there. I'd think that the organisers would now have to look at some sort of high mesh fencing to give not only the spectators the protection on the other side of it, but today now have to give the drivers protection. That is unbelievable. A $100,000 operation of Dick Johnson's with the sponsors he's pulled together for one day only as a privateer to be thrown out of the race because some half-drunken imbecile finishes up throwing a rock over the fence.
And sadly, it always comes down that it is a motorsports enthusiast, which indeed it is not. It's usually some curiosity seeker who's trying to create some havoc, and has nothing to do with those who really enjoy the sport.
I'm sure you're right. I was going to say, in fact, I wouldn't like to be the fellow who threw the rock, because I think the motorsport enthusiasts around him will be giving him a pretty bad time now. It's a disgraceful thing to do. I just can't believe it's happened. In the meantime, we've just seen the Chevy Camaro pass by the two Commodores. You haven't seen Commodores racing, of course, before, nor the Australian-style car. What are your initial impressions to this?
Well, I'm impressed by the facility, and I'm more impressed by your television coverage. I was in Montreal last week for the finale to watch Alan win the World Championship. And, as is a great enthusiast of Alan Jones. I was delighted to see that. But having gone to 4 or 5 countries and seeing television coverage this year, incredible the performance that your people are getting out of these cameras, and I'm really impressed by that right there. We've tried that a lot in the United States at Daytona with our coverage of the 500, but you guys have really got your act together.
Well, it really gives a different perspective to the race. We had it last year for the first time, and a whole new dimension was added to it by allowing people to see what it really was like within the car. This year, with Bobby Morris's Big Falcon, of course, we have extra speed, a car capable of another, 30 miles an hour down Breville Straight.
I'd very much like to come back and see what you'll do about showing the footwork, because in these cars, the capability to demonstrate how much shifting there is around this course gives an idea to folks watching of just how much work there is to do. There's more than just steering the bloody thing. You've really got to be on top of it. Miss one shift here and over rev, and it's good night nurse. It's all over. And there you see those quick shifts that make the difference in any form of good road racing.
Immense concentration required. The race goes on for around 6 hours, and you can't afford one slip for half a second, or you can ruin the efforts of many, many months of preparation. And it's a race, of course, that means so much to contestants. There's more than just prize money, $110,000. I think they'd race here for nothing.
Well, it's a prestigious event, and it's one that we've just heard about in the United States. As an American, of course, I'm very interested in my old friend Sam Posey, who's here with Dick Barber. They're lying about 21st on the field right now, and the only hope they have is through attrition. But I wouldn't be surprised if you see more United States competitors coming here to compete in this event. Chrissy Konamaki, who has one of the leading motor racing weekly publications in America, really did a wonderful job for you people in the States a year ago, talking about this race in particular as one of the stellar road racing events, and drew my interest. We were over here for another event, but I sure wanted to see it, and the event and this kind of coverage here hasn't let me down. It's really exciting.
Back in Bobby Morris's car, you can see there the flame-proof gloves he's wearing. He, of course, has a full fireproof suit with flame-proof underwear. He'd be a pretty hot fella today. He's in for a hard day, and it's a very busy circuit. He's down Breville Straight now, which is one of the very few places where he can, in essence, relax. Although he has to watch the instrument, you can see him touching switches and checking to make sure the car's right. Bob Morris is a very nervous type of driver. I don't mean he's in a derogatory way, but he's like a finely tuned racehorse. He's essentially a sprinter, although he has done so well at some of these long distance events. But he's not able to relax. And in fact, one of the classic shots we've achieved on Australian television was a year when he and John Fitzpatrick won this race in 1976. And John Fitzpatrick did the last shift, and the car started to play it with axle failure towards the end. And John, a supremely capable driver, nursed it across the line, and Bob Morris was in tears with emotion. And he shared that moment with the viewers all across Australia. Bobby Morris circulating around Mount Panorama, one of the stars of this year's great race, brought to you live through the 7 Network.
Well, welcome back to Mount Panorama at Bathurst, and the race continues. The great race, the Hardie-Ferodo 1000. We're still travelling with Bobby Morris down Breville Conrod straightaway, about to take the riser
that has been known to take the Camaros off the ground, now down into the braking area. Bobby Morris, that we're following and sitting alongside at the moment, is currently placed 5th outright in the 1980 event. Along the short pit straightaway, takes the drivers under the Hardie Bridge, the pit area you can see on the left-hand side. Our commentary box we're just passing at the moment. Into the left-hander, through the gears. Bobby Morris at work. Comes up behind one of the recar entries, one of the Alan Brown entered cars. And now heads up Mountain Straight towards GTX Bend. It's Morris accelerating. The recar Commodore behind him as you see the two of them here coming up to the right-hander. That's quite a very steep run up towards the top of the mountain. And Morris at this stage, the Ford thundering along quite nicely. As we mentioned, 5th outright at the moment.
You know, one of the things that impresses me about this course, Mike, is the amount of altitude the thing has. You really have to throw these things uphill, and then naturally you have to come down. You don't see too much of that on American road courses, with the exception of Monterey, California, Laguna Seca course. And it really is a test to get through that corkscrew. Your low-angle camera is demonstrating just how difficult that is to keep it all gathered up and throw that car around.
Okay, in the pit area we've got Sam Posey, who has just come in for pit stop. Dick Barber, it would appear, is getting ready to take over the controls.
It's surprising that they're running that poorly. I know I talked to them just before the start of the race today, and they were really out to show the Aussies up. Not the case.
Uh-oh, in trouble for another Camaro.
Kevin Bartlett, who was in the pits earlier with the rear brake trouble, slowed down. Now he's got it going again. Whether he was just having a gear selection problem or something would cause him temporary troubles, a bit hard to see, but he slowed at the top of the mountain. The flags are out, waving the drivers behind to let them know that someone is about to overtake. And it's
well, Bartlett, of course, yesterday in qualifying came down the straightaway, down Conrod Straight, selected gear, changed gear and pulled the gear stick off with his hand. That was interesting. But he's an old campaigner and he's been able to run all forms of open wheel cars and, of course, the Tourers. He just slammed it down a gear with the palm of his hand and still set quick time up until that stage.
Looks like Colin Bond may be fairly close behind him too. That looked like car 32 that just briefly flashed by, the Martin Holmes Capri, which has been running 12th outright and leading the 3-litre class. Ron Wanless, one of the recar entries going through, and Peter Brock in the damaged Marlboro Holden dealer team car just in front of Kevin Bartlett. Both of these have had stops in the pits. Bartlett's a little longer to replace the back brake drum, and Martin keeps going, so it's obviously not a problem that he needs to go into the pits for, but he's so close to the wall that I suspect he's passing some sort of hand sign message to his team to say, I'll be around soon, get ready for me. He's got a radio, you can see the aerial just on the top of the roof there, but KB obviously in trouble. The first man ever to circulate the Mount Panorama circuit at an average speed of 100 miles an hour did it back in 1967 in a Brabham single-seater racing car. Won the race in 1974, was on pole position yesterday, and one of the most popular drivers you can imagine. Has had 2 really bad crashes. In early 1974 in New Zealand, he put a Lola into the wall in one of the racetracks there and broke both his legs very badly. Came back in October to have his first drive since and won this race with John Goss. And then last year, the Sandown crash, broke a leg and an arm, and watched this race from a wheelchair. And of course, he's one of the stars here this year. Won $9,250 for his feat in taking pole position in Hardie's Heroes yesterday. But he's in for a troubled race this year and going very slowly up the top of the mountain. And we can expect to see Kevin Bartlett back into the pits fairly soon. I gave Kevin his first chance at a works drive. He drove for the BMC team, and I used to have something to do with them way back in the early 60s, 1965, and he drove, of all things, a Morris Mini Deluxe, 1100 cc's of pure fury. And KB went out there in this car, and he hated me for it. He said, give me something that goes. Well, he's got something that goes, but unfortunately it's not stopping. And I think that might be the reason why he's going so slowly up on the top of the mountain.
Can someone tell me, as an outsider, the situation with brakes? I understand that in this car they run disc brakes in the front, but the old-fashioned brake in the rear.
They require homologation papers, which apparently haven't been taken out to meet the Australian requirements. While there are many Camaros running in America with discs all around, under the particular set of rules we have here, they're required to run on the drums, which is an enormous handicap, particularly for a car that is so fast and at 3,400 pounds is the heaviest car in the field. So that is a great handicap that Kevin has had to overcome. Earlier this year, in the Australian Touring Car Series, which was dominated by Peter Brock, Kevin Bartlett was the only driver to really show any competition towards Brocky, and he won 2 races on the very fast parts of the circuit. And I know that Peter Brock regarded Kevin Bartlett as the man he most had to beat here at Mount Panorama. Well, both of them have got trouble, but I suspect that at the moment the man with the greater nightmares is Kevin Bartlett.
There's our chopper shot as we pan across the top of the mountain down onto Breville Conrod straight away.
The long straightaways on this place really intrigue me, and what I'm really impressed by is the runoff area that have been developed on either end when people have trouble. At Long Beach, California, the Grand Prix, this year, and that hairpin turn where Regazzoni was hurt, there just wasn't enough room. That situation I don't think would happen here. There is room to get yourself under control and do something. True. Incidentally, we learned last week that Regazzoni is on the mend. They thought he might be paralyzed from the waist down for life, and he's beginning to move his toes, and things are coming better, and that's such good news to hear.
Looks like Murray Carter has another axle going back in. Murray's one of the all-time 4 favourites. Chris Economaki is in the pit area at the moment, and Dick Johnson will be moving across there to join him in about another minute, and we'll be crossing down to get that shortly. At the moment we're just covering the Murray Carter car.
While we watch the action there, I might just run through the leading 6 as of lap 34. Alan Grice, the Craven Mild Commodore in front. Car 25, Johnny Harvey in the Marlborough Holden dealer team car in second spot. Then it's car number 4, which is Peter Jansen, the merry madcap of motorsport, as he calls himself, in the Cadbury Schweppes car. And then car 16 is running in 4th place, which is, if I can only find my place, I can tell you, Gary Rogers. And there's Dick Johnson down in the pits, and this is the man that I want to hear from. So it's over to you, Chris Economaki.
Well, thank you. I'm sitting here with a gentleman who has had perhaps one of the more unfortunate experiences in motor racing. First of all, Dick, are you all right physically? How hard a shot did you take in the crash?
Yeah, well, thanks to the safety equipment that's in the car, that there's no physical injury whatsoever.
Leading the race and things going your way, and the story is that someone decided to throw a boulder over the track and in your path. Is that a correct report?
Well, it was just as you crest the hill coming out of Forest Elbow, not Forest Elbow, out of the cutting, there was a rock. It was the size of at least an overnight bag, and it was right on line, and you cannot see it until you crest the hill. And unfortunately, I tried to avoid the rock, but because of these complete and utter irresponsible bloody morons.
I agree with you, totally.
That we have up there, I can honestly say that I will never ever race at Bathurst again until such time as they have a 20-foot high wire fence. The entire spectator areas are completely wired off from the track, because that is just so dangerous. I just couldn't believe my bloody eyes with these galoots up there that just throw boulders. Like, it was enormous. It was enormous.
It probably took more than one person to pick it up.
Well, I hit it with the left front tyre and the left rear tyre, and it just shattered the wheels, the tyres, the lot.
Terrible thing. That your operation, we've been told, is the private operation. What did that crash cost you in dollars and cents?
Well, unless I can get $40,000 to rebuild the car, you've lost me, because I've just had a gutful of the whole bloody operation, because it is just so bad in respect to the spectators here, that they get paralytically drunk, and they're paralytically drunk before 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's just, it ruins the whole race. We went out there and I ran the race for as long as I was in it to a plan where I would run 22s, which we ran for the first 10 laps or so, and then we would sort of button off the pace. We broke the opposition, absolutely demoralised them, and we could have buttoned off and run around 25s so easily. The car was doing it so easy, everything was magnificent. And I owe a hell of a lot to all the boys in the crew, to all our sponsors from Palmer Tube Mills and Kilruss Paints, Brian Burt Ford and the Bank of Queensland, and all those people in Queensland who support us. I really thank them very much, but believe me, I feel very, very disappointed for them.
Dick Johnson, Dick, just if I can interrupt, it's Mike Raymond in the commentary panel. the switchboards at all the 7 stations across Australia are jammed of people who are so upset about what has happened. And they, believe it or not, ringing and just genuinely pledging money to help you. Now, this has happened in the last half hour. Everyone knows what has happened to you. We want you to understand that everyone admires what you've done so far in your qualifying efforts yesterday, and also this morning in leading the race, and we'll keep you informed. I know the viewers across Australia are absolutely shattered by what has happened, the same as you are shattered. We all feel the same. Probably not a motor racing supporter who threw that, probably some idiot that just came in to cause a disturbance. So take time out and we'll keep you informed what happens, Dick.
Thank you very much, Mark. A couple more questions for you. You've been in racing a long time. Have you ever been so emotionally let down as you? I saw you get out of the truck there. I can see you were touched right to the core. It had to be an emotional shock more than a physical one. Has anything like that ever happened in racing before?
Never, because, you know, this was our big shot. We had stuck every single bulb into this.
Okay, and how long do you think it'll take you to get over it? You'll remember the rest of your life, I would imagine.
Oh, believe me, I'll be back. But by geez, I won't be back here until they get that fence up, I tell you.
Okay, that's it from Dick Johnson, a man crashed out of the lead because a spectator, or spectators plural, decided to throw huge rocks on the course. A terrible tragedy, really. Back to the tower.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And obviously an upset Dick Johnson. While Chris O'Connor-Mackie was speaking to him, we had 2 of the leaders in the pit. Alan Grice has come in. John Harvey has been in and out. So the 2 leading cars have made scheduled pit stops. And the driver leading the 3-litre class, Colin Bond, in the Masterton Holmes Capri, running 12th outright, with a insect spattered windscreen, as you could see there in that brief shot as he came down right on the tail of the Dick Barber Camaro, I think it is. Or maybe it's Ron Dixon. A bit hard to pick up the number there, but it's Colin Bond, who promised to have a really tigerish race here today. The man who won in 1969 enjoys his motor racing more than most people, and he's been running a good, steady race there and is clearing out with the class, leading from Peter Hopwood, the man we saw involved in such a dice with Peter Williamson a little while ago in the Fury Ford car for Trent Windows. But it's Colin Bond who's leading the race.
Fastest qualifiers in that class, Bond and Masterton, in that car 32, the Capri, 2:31 was their best qualifying time. They came off 16th position on the grid to lead the 3-litre class, and they're still there holding pride of place in that category.
Johnny Harvey in and out of the pitch without losing second place. Alan Grice.
That's not a bad trick, is it? To get in and out without losing your spot.
Colin Bond, you know, has been running for a long time. He had his first race at Bathurst in the very last of the Armstrong 500s back in 1965, when he drove, of all things, a Bullet. Let's meet the man himself. We're following at the wheel. Colin Bond will do that later on today. But he's quite a character. As I said, he enjoys racing, and he's been here so often, and not always with the greatest of success. He won back in 1969 when he drove with Tony Roberts and won in a Monaro, and then he's been trying ever since to emulate that. He came very close in 1977 when he staged that 1-2 finish with Alan Moffat, and could, of course, won the race, but decided that the race more fittingly belonged to his team leader, Alan Moffat. And people remember him, I think, with great respect for the way he sat back and gave such a magnificent spectacle to people across the country. It was that dynamic finish by the Falcons back in 77. He crashed in 1972 in the wet, and he's had his ups and downs. But he's got the class in his grasp at the moment. He's up there with some of the faster cars and about to lap one of the Escorts. It's the first time I can recall since his Bullet days back in 1965 and 1966 that Colin really hasn't been in a chance with a chance of outright success. Well, one of the most popular men in motor racing. Let Colin Bond speak for himself.
This year we're driving a 3-litre Capri for the Marston Holmes, and it's a class car. Now, every other year I've been to Bathurst, we've been here with a V8, attempting to win the race again. And usually with a few dramas, you know, we've always had them blow up on us or gearbox problems. But I feel this year with the 3-litre car, it's a very reliable motor car. You can get in the cars, drive them flat out for the whole length of the race. The brakes are big enough, the tyres and wheels and all that type of thing. In relationship to the V8s, it's a far lighter motor car. So our plan is to get in the car and drive them flat out. You know, occasionally you see a V8 go past you on the straightaway, and there and hold, it's back in the pits, stopped again. So all I can say is this year the race, for we're concerned, is very interesting. We hope to win our class. The car's been performing well all weekend. It's very quick, and we'll see what happens at the finish.
That was Colin Bond. In fact, while Colin and Steve Masterton are leading that class in the car 32 Capri, the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 placings in that class are held by Capris. They're all on the same lap. Bond and Masterton are followed by Seaton and Smith, then Stewart and Warner, Hopwood and Bailey, Nelson and Farrell, all in Capris in that 3-litre class.
And very interestingly too, Gary Wilkinson, they're running outright 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th. And 16th is Peter Williamson in the 2-litre class. So we've got a real mixture of small cars way up there in the top 16.
So it's not just a battle for outright here with the Grices and the Morrises and the rest. It's in the smaller classes too that we're going to get plenty of action as the day continues here at Mount Panorama in the Hardie-Ferodo 1000.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama Bathurst, live as the race continues. There you can see the Masterton Homes pit team for waiting, obviously, their pit stop. Meanwhile, we'll pick up on Peter Williamson, who is flying down over the top of the mountain, passing some of these. Oh, look at that being held up and dips down the inside.
Leader in the 2-litre class and right on the heels of the leaders in the class above him, the 3-litre class.
Very aggressive driver is Peter, as you would need to be in the Toyota. There's Peter one more time on to Breville Conrad straightaway. The Channel 9 Camaro further back. It's well off the pace at this stage, and obviously Kev Barton and Bob Forbes have some braking problems. 37 laps into the race, Alan Grice was in the pits, and that then put the John Harvey, Ron Harrop, Marlborough Holden dealer team Commodore out in front.
In front of Peter Jansen.
Correct. Another Commodore.
And then follows car 16.
Which is the Gary Rogers, Fred Geisler car. Rogers, of course, was runner-up to Peter Brock in the 400-kilometre race at Sandown recently. They have a very good finishing record with that car. It's only a small budget team, but they're doing a great job here at Mount Panorama today.
Car 25, John Harvey in the lead from car 4, Peter Jansen, then car 16, Gary Rogers, but there's Willow.
Let's see what Peter Williamson can do here as he moves up behind the Camaro. That's obviously feeling the pinch as far as brakes are concerned.
Bobby Forbes, in fact, was put in for the car, rather having a rest in the pits.
Well,
car number 9.
The comparison that I would like to give for viewers at home is on the straightaway. You'll obviously see that the big gap that the Camaro can pull away from the smaller cars, including Williamson. But as we follow them up the hill, just watch how close Williamson can get to that Camaro when they start to come down the bottom part of the mountain.
But as Williamson was saying, everything depends on the way he goes through the bends. This is Johnny Harvey, by the way, the race leader, about to go round him. He's coming up now, the white-fronted Commodore.
Meantime, down in the pits, car 16 is in. It was holding down third place, Gary Rogers, in the Greater Pacific Finance Commodore. Back up the top, Harvey still looking for a way around Peter Williamson.
Peter Brock has worked his way up to 6th place outright. Damaged the car earlier on and had to come into the pits. Lost a lot of water in the front of the car. While it's been fixed in terms of clearance of the wheel, it slowed him down because of the poorer aerodynamic shape. No problem though with the Johnny Harvey car. Peter Williamson following the Commodore along the straight, and see just how two champion drivers go when they try to get through the traffic lying in front of both of them.
I think Williamson will be only too happy to follow Harvey through here, and he's really glued to the boot lid. Here they come into this overlapping manoeuvre past the slower cars. Harvey with better acceleration obviously from the V8 can bounce out a little, but Williamson will close it up under brakes every time. Now the Camaro, as you can see, is still holding that advantage. It had to pass a lot of that overlap traffic, so Bob Forbes mightn't be on the same pace as Kevin Butler, but it's still running quite respectably. John Harvey and Ron Harrop in the Marlborough Holden dealer team mild Commodore 25, a race leader from the Captain Peter Jansen and Larry Perkins Commodore, sponsored by Cadbury Schweppes. And the third place car that was in the pits and still is in the pits ready to go out was the Gary Rogers Geisler car, so that would move
Alan Grice back up to third spot.
Alan Grice to third, Bob Morris to fourth, and Peter Brock is still in there.
And with the race almost 1 3/4 hours over, if you're wondering what happened to other favourites like Alan Moffat, the driver of car 1 went out after only 12 minutes. When he tried to bed in the rings of the engine, it didn't work, and he lost so much oil he was forced to pit and is out of the race. On 16 laps, Dick Johnson, who had led in car 17, the Falcon, crashed, hit a rock that someone apparently had thrown onto the track, put him off, and a very upset Dick Johnson went out after having been in front for 16 laps. And Derek Bell from England in the Brian Foley Alpha crashed and lost a wheel, and he too was out of the race, so 3 stars out fairly early on. Murray Carter has had actual trouble. He's handed over to Graham Lawrence from New Zealand, who's sitting patiently in the pits while the car is ready. And things are happening all the time here at Mount Panorama during the great race, being brought to you live through the 7 Network.
Down in the pits, the captain, Peter Jansen, is in, and could be a scheduled stop, I suppose. The race now 1 3/4 hours old, and it is a scheduled stop.
See Larry Perkins there just doing the belt, adjusting seat and the straps with new tyres going on. May not have needed the rubber, but they can change it any time. That's the review of the car, so a fresh set of tyres have been fitted.
They were holding down third spot as they came in to this pit stop behind car 25, the Marlborough Holden Dilettante Commodore of John Harvey, and car 6, the Craven Mild Commodore of Alan Grice.
Jansen and Perkins came second last year. Previous years they came third. Before then was fourth. The year before was fifth. So goodness knows they've been nibbling away. By the first stop, they're up into third place. And out goes Larry Perkins.
Peter Jansen always turns on a remarkable performance at the Hardie-Ferodo. How many times a year would he race?
Not very often. He ran
Sandown.
That's right. He likes to run the big races, but he's a gentleman who indulges in such pursuits as riding to the hounds in Ireland and various other things. Which we can't speculate. But he doesn't do a great deal of racing. But when he does, it is very effective. You know, he started here as a playboy, and people took him not seriously. But you can't ignore a man who's come second, third, fourth, and fifth in successive years in the reverse order. He really is one of our top
Does that
long
mean that
distance
he's
riders.
likely to ring up number 1 today? Well, he's in a position, isn't he?
That's right. He himself reckoned that he couldn't win and that he wouldn't be in the top 6 by the first refueling point, and he's in third place. Now, there are reasons. Alan Moffat has dropped out with the ring failure and the car that they just didn't have time to run in, and it was as simple and as unhappy as that. Dick Johnson, of course, the worst luck story that I've ever heard here, one that still fills me with enormous annoyance that someone could throw a rock across the track and put Dick out after leading the race for 16 laps.
We're following up for all you people watching across Australia, in the big cities and in the remote towns. Switchboards are still jammed across Australia, people wanting to know what they can do to help Dick Johnson. We'll be able to give you some information on that very shortly. We're just clearing that right through the network at the moment. But of course the sad case of Dick Johnson, as you saw, leading the race as a privateer, doing a great job, had already established a big break over the dealer team cars and the other chances in the race, only to have a spectator throw a large rock over, which hit the car, set it out of control, smashed it and put it out of the race.
Well, as you heard Dick Johnson himself say, he gambled his whole motor racing career and a very large slice of his life on this one race today. Every last cent that he had was invested in that car. And something like that. Unbelievable.
Larry Perkins at the wheel of the car. He's worth watching down through the dipper. He lifts that inside wheel higher than any other driver. A very exuberant person, Larry. Has run in Formula 1. A very talented driver from a famous family in Cowangi in Western Victoria. His father was a noted rally driver. Won 2 of the old Mobilgas trials, as they were called, back in the late 50s. Larry and his brothers have all gone motor racing. Larry looked to have the greatest chances of success.
Just had a message from the pitch that Colin Bond is out of fuel and is sort of rolling down Conrod and will be coming into the pits.
Well, we'll keep our eye for Colin Bond as we
I think he's coming in now.
Larry Perkins around the track. He had the misfortune to arrive on the Formula 1 scene in time to be invited to drive for BRM, which in the state that BRM was in those years was the kiss of death. In the meantime, here's Colin Bond, who's got into the pits. Changing over, Steve Marston, Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, and one of the real finds in Australian motor racing, about to take over. Colin Bond approaching the veteran class now, almost showing a fatherly interest in the way that Steve goes. Fuel change going in. There's an old saying about Bathurst: you don't win on the track, you lose races in the pits. And a slick bit of pit work such as the Marston team seem to be displaying here can well and truly give the driver victory. These people, of course, are out for a class victory. There are 4 races in one here, and they'd like to come home leaders in the 3-litre class.
We should mention at this time that there is a handicap section, the index of performance, by which a very complicated formula, all the classes can be compared, and overall best performance can be judged. And at the moment, it's the 2-litre car 44, the Peter Williamson Celica, that is leading the index of performance from car 37, the Capri of Hopwood and Daly. In fact, after the Celica, the Capris pretty well dominate that index of performance. They've got the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions.
Yes, the Capris really going well this year. Their lap times generally about 5 seconds better than the past. In fact, some of their rivals have been glancing under the bonnets to see what they've done to them. But all the drivers will say is we've just refined a few things. And as the index is determined upon performance in previous years, the fact that as a group they've got so much faster has lifted them right up into calculations, being headed at the moment only by the Peter Williamson Toyota.
Okay, in the pits with an update and some interesting information is Chris Economaki. Take it away, Chris.
Well, down here in the pits, there's a significant development. For those fans who came great distances to see Alan Moffat race, they may get to see him race some more today. He's standing with his helmet and his gloves in his hand, hoping to be called upon by, of all people, Bob Morris, the number 7 Breville pit. He says he's been ordered to stand by to possibly take over that car before today's Hardy 1000 is over. So we may well see Alan Moffat get in that car, and who knows, if he may share it in victory lane again. That's the story for the pits right now.
Thank you, Chris Economaki. Well, that will be interesting. Under the rules, it is possible to substitute another driver. And Alan Moffat will be a great substitute driver. Bill O'Brien was the man who was going to share the wheel behind Bob Morris. And O'Brien hasn't had the experience of Morris, and he certainly hasn't had the experience, particularly in Fords, of Alan Moffat. So maybe there are some moves there in the 7 Breville pit to get the man who is such a star here at Bathurst. People either love him or hate him in about equal proportions, but no one ever denies that Alan Moffat is a master driver, particularly in the wheel of Fords. And if he does get into the Bobby Morris car, that I think will add just a little bit extra edge to the threat that Morris is still imposing on the race. He's back a bit, having gone into the pits in an unscheduled stop a little earlier on, but still well and truly in a position from which he can challenge. He's running in 4th place. He's just behind Peter Brock, who now has brought his car up into 3rd spot. The leader is John Harvey. 2nd place is Alan Grice. And then Peter Brock, so you have 3 Commodores leading the race, with Bobby Morris then in car number 7 in 4th place. Gary Cook into the pits, helping Warwick Brown to take over for the spell. Warwick Brown, a man who honed his talents in single-seaters, hasn't done a great deal of touring car racing, although he has been here at Bathurst before, but brings an enormous amount of experience in motor racing generally to the Citizen team. Gary.
Trouble with the Masterton car, and it looks like it's parked, has it, with a flat tyre?
Oh, he wouldn't have stopped if he had a flat tyre. I think he'd try and go around and just see what's going to happen.
Which of the two is it, though?
I don't think it's
not 32. It's not Masterton's.
It's the 2nd car. Probably Bruce Stewart, who was sharing that car with Cam Warner, and it's car 31, then the 2nd of the Masterton home entries. And whatever the trouble is down on that side of the car. You can see him there, so that still leaves Masterton himself, who is sharing the wheel of car 32 with Colin Bond out on the track and in the lead in the class. They're running his team waiting there, wondering where he is. You can see Cam Warner walking around saying, where is he? They were running in 14th place and 3rd in the class, so they were doing well. But he's parked out on the track, and I think the message will come through from the monitors along pit row that his car isn't going to come in. Now there's a confused driver saying, where is he? They were originally in this team going to run just 1 entry. They had 2 cars, and they were going to find which was the better. But they decided to put them both in, with Bruce Stewart and Cam Warner driving the car, but the car itself is now parked out. And there's a picture of a crew who've lost something and don't know where to find it. And now the message is coming from those, as Colin Bond's wife, Robin, who's been watching the television and saying, I just saw it on the 7 screen and it's parked up on top of the mountain. I don't know what's wrong, but it ain't coming home.
Well, there's the other car, of course, the lead car for the Masterton Homes Capri team coming down through the mountain. Car that's driven today by Colin Bond and Steve Masterton.
Terry Wade in pursuit in the Dolomite that spent so much time early in the pits. He was about the first visitor, got the car going again.
Just further back to the Dick Johnson story, as I've said before, our switchboards and all network stations and our country stations right across Australia are absolutely jammed with people who want to do something constructive to help Dick Johnson, because as he said, he's a privateer. They threw almost $100,000 into this effort with only minimal sponsorship, and of course leading the race quite easily and doing so well in qualifying. Johnson is in the pits and totally shattered because of someone throwing a boulder out of the fence or a heavy rock that threw into the side of his car, sent him out of control and was crashed out of the race. Now, if you'd like to take special notice of what we're going to flash on the screen for you shortly, we are going to start the Dick Johnson Racing Team Appeal Fund. Now, if you feel strongly and would like to send along a few dollars or a few $100 or $1,000 or whatever, and you're a keen motor racing fan and you're enjoying the telecast and you're not here at Bathurst, please do the following. Please send your cheque, make it payable to Dick Johnson Racing Team, and please send to ATN Channel 7, Epping, New South Wales 2121. Do not ring the station that you're watching at the moment. It would be much better if you were just to send that off in the post rather than, we're not acknowledging names, it's not a telethon, it's strictly off the cuff. Please send along to Dick Johnson Racing Team, care of ATN Channel 7, Epping, New South Wales 2121. And all money received will be passed directly to the Dick Johnson Racing Team, and you will be advised of the total received on the 7 Network News.
I got a feeling, that by the end of today, Dick could be well on his way to building another car.
Well, I sincerely hope so, and I think a lot of motor racing supporters around Australia. I know they give to all the various telethons in different cities in Australia, but here is a case of a sportsman in your sport who has been, well, shall we say, straight out of luck, and he deserved a win here today. Well, at least a finish. So if you want to do that, you know the address. We've already flashed it for you. ATN Channel 7, make it payable to the Dick Johnson Racing Team and send it off to ATN Channel 7, New South Wales 2121. Let's get back to the race.
Steve Marston circulating at the moment. He's leading the class. Let's call upon the IBM computer to punch up the figures as they are in the 3-litre class, being led at the moment by Steve Marston, who's just taken over from Colin Bond in this car. They just went by, in fact, Wayne Negus in the West Australian Commodore. We haven't seen them on screen before, car 14. They had an all-night building effort outside one of the motels, I noticed last night in Bathurst. It maybe is affecting the way they're performing. And here are the results as far as the 3-litre class are concerned. Now, the pit stops have taken place, which puts Barry Seaton in front. Now, he hasn't stopped yet, but he must still make one more stop, which should even things up a little bit as his other cars start coming into the pits to refuel and maybe change tyres. But that's the way they're running. In 5th place, car 31 is out on the track, so we can start forgetting them, I think. The second of the car, the 3-litre Commodore of Scotty Taylor from down at Wodonga, running in 5th place in the class, an experimental running this year on Scotty's behalf to see just how a smaller car would go. And there's Steve Marston leading the 3-litre class way up in the field in an outright position. And while there's a very heavy rate of attrition among some of the bigger cars, it's equally strong among some of the smaller ones as well. It really has been a race of damage and trouble very early in the piece.
While the laps are ticking up, so is the money for those people that are leading or have led the race at various stages so far, because the Coca-Cola bottlers have been putting up $50 per lap for the outright leader on each of the first 80 laps. And I think there's been a few leaders. It'll be pretty difficult to work out just who's collected what so far. There it is. See, you ask and you shall receive. The IBM people are communicating with me at the moment to tell me that the Harvey-Harrop car 25 Holden Dilithum Commodore have picked up $400, leading for 8 laps. Car 6, the Craven Mild Commodore of Alan Grice, has picked up $1,000 for leading for 20 laps. And, well, there's the start for Dick Johnson. He's got $850 for that part of the race that he did lead before that terrible mishap. Car 17 Falcon.
And the Marston car just passes the collection vehicle, which is on its way to pick up his teammate.
So they're playing sandcastles.
I don't know what they're going to do with that one, because you'll need to have a very unusual sort of car to get in there. Gerald Kay in the Dolomite has bogged it in the sand trap down at the bottom of the field. Now, it's a nice safety feature, but it's very hard to get out, because the purpose of the sand is to slow the cars down and stop them having a really serious accident, but there's no way in the world he can drive it out of there. The driver has taken his helmet off. Kay obviously he's going to wait for a tow to get him out. Whether the car is mobile or whether he has further damage, we don't know. But the Jag parts entry, and at the moment he doesn't need parts, he needs sand mats to get it out of there. In the meantime,
is leading the class. In fact, it's got that class pretty well bottled up. Not just that Capri, but the Capris in general. 4 or 5 of them blanketing the 3-litre class at the moment, and Colin Bond and Steve Masterton are right in amongst them. It's the Seaton Capri that's leading the 3-litre class at the moment, but he's going to have to come in for a pit stop very shortly.
Quite a dice going on for the lead, Gary. 25, Johnny Harvey leading from Alan Grice in car 6.
Only a couple of laps ago, it was 6.38 seconds. Now it's down to 3.11. So Grice is out for the lead again. He must have heard your remark about that prize money from Coke, and he's out to gain a few more $50 rewards.
Well, it's there to be had. Coca-Cola bottlers, $50 a lap for the first 80 laps. And I think Grice would be happy to have some more of it.
Among the small cars, as we watch one of the class cars, but 2 sizes down, the 1.6 litre cars, we have the leader at the moment. 6 laps down on the outright contender is the Gemini of Finnegan and Dane, leading the Mitsubishi Lancer of Burrell and Shute, the Gemini of Price and Jonah, the Corolla Levin of Bill Gates, who won the 3 litre class last year, and one of the women drivers in the race, Alexander Surplus, who are running 4th place.
Came off the rear of the grid.
That's right, so they worked their way up 4th in the class. 5th is Bob Holden, who's been in every Bathurst except one, 1968, when he was involved in the London-Sydney Marathon, driving a small Escort. He won the race outright in 1966 with the Finnish driver Rino Altman, but he's back in 5th place in the class at the moment, just in front of the Alpha Sub of Ray Golson, which is running in 6th place. They had a massive engine blow-up in practice, and in fact threw a rod through the bonnet, but has a standard motor there, and he's running Little Alpha, a lovely little car, in 6th place outright.
I think Peter Williamson may be preparing to come in. I see his pit crew making preparations over there as if getting ready to receive him, so we'll keep an eye on Peter, leader in the 2 litre class at this stage.
There we just saw the little Corolla Levin, which Alexandra Surplus will be driving, the little yellow car, just herring round there after Marston and losing out to the faster car. But here we have Barry Seaton. Barry Seaton, 44 today, a birthday. The last time I can recall he had a birthday at Bathurst, he won't want to repeat what he did then, because that was back in 1967 and he rolled his car over, which is a most un-Seaton-like manoeuvre. Barry Seaton, though, running 2nd in the class for 2 litre cars. Bob Stevens waiting in the pits to take over from Ron Dixon. He's in car number 2, the Chev Camaro. Bob Stevens, who helped in the preparation of the car, been an exponent of sports sedan cars. And we're back in with Peter Williamson, who's heading down the straight, and we think he's about to go in the pits. Coming down Breville Straight. Oh no, it's just we're towing the...
it's a 31 car, the Marston, yes. 31 car.
The Stewart car up. I thought for a minute we'd lost car 32, but he's been parked there, a different angle and being hauled in. Peter Williamson not going into pits this time, although his crew are obviously ready and waiting. At the top of the circuit, one of the recovery cars with a winch fitted to the top, as you can see. ARDC officials, 700 in all around the track. Joe Moore taking over from King George Tavern car. Oh, a very wide manoeuvre there. It looked like Peter Brock. We just saw the tail end of the car coming around the top of the mountain. Barry Seaton going down the hill.
Just listening on the two-way, the pits are calling in Peter Williamson on the next lap.
Yes, I see Mike Quinn helmeted up and all ready to go, so there's obviously going to be a tyre change, refuel and driver change in the Williamson Celica.
The leading 3 at the moment outright. Johnny Harvey in car 25, Alan Grice in car 6, and Peter Brock, who's worked his way up into 3rd place. Only 3 seconds now between the leading 2 cars. And quite a cluster of talent at the moment in that little group we saw going down the straight.
So Alan Grice continues to close slowly but surely on John Harvey, and there's quite a battle developing there for the outright lead in the 1980 Hardie-Ferodo 1000 at the moment.
With the pit stops, Barry Seaton leading the 3 litre class. When he comes in, a little hard to say. You can see the Peter Brock car with the damaged left-hand wing just leading Johnny Harvey. He's got by him. He's got by Alan Grice. Harvey's just in front of Grice. Now it's as close as that. Grice is right on Harvey's tail. This is a battle for the lead. Now Brock is 1 lap behind them, although he's got by them again. He has to unlap himself and he'll be back in action. And it's Grice who's got through, and Grice goes back in the lead. And John Harvey says, I'm not too happy about that. He knows of the awards, the $50 per lap. It all adds up to a fairly substantial amount. These are in the Coke laps, the first 80 laps of the race. And Alan Grice, who led for 20 laps earlier in the event, and now has Bobby Forbes, who has the the Camaro going very hard up the straight. Maybe he hasn't got to worry about brakes uphill, and he's really putting the foot down and getting among John Harvey and Alan Grice, and that's a threesome to watch. And just in front of them is Peter Brock.
Okay, we can see the cars coming up the top of the hill. Chris Economaki is in the pits and ready for a cross. Are you ready, Chris?
Sure am, Mike. First of all, I just had a chat with Dick Barber, who's turned that Ron Dixon Pepsi Amco Camaro over to Sam Posey, the fellow American. He said he broke his fuel pump belt the lap before his pit stop, so it really wasn't too bad. He said the track is littered with what he calls junk. The Australian word is rubbish. He said that consists of a lot of parts from cars that have had accidents as well as the rocks. He said it's quite bad at the top of the circuit. Also, the Asia-Australia Express Falcon, driven by Jim Keogh, and Ross Matheson is in for an oil pressure problem, and perhaps Evan can check the entry list. We've been losing our Falcons one by one. This race may go to the Commodores by default. And that's it from the pits now.
Well, in the pits at the moment, we have Peter Williamson. In fact, we rode in with him, Chris. We've got a great view of his open bonnet at the moment, and just in the rear vision mirror, we can see Peter working at the seat belts to get out, and Mike Quinn will take over and take out the car that is leading the 2-litre class. The bonnet checked, everything okay with the double overhead cam motor, which has taken him to so many victories in class races over the last couple of years. And Mick Quinn in the car now.
Why, gee, that was a quick stop, a quick change. Willow's out. Quinn the Garbo is in the car, and car 44, the Williamson Celica, pulls out back onto the track, and we'll be back with more action shortly from the Hardie-Ferodo 1000.
That's a steaming disc brake you're looking at, the rear end of a Falcon, I'd say, by the leaf spring. Murray Carter is in the pits, and there's Murray Carter and Graham Lawrence. Lawrence at the wheel. Chris Economaki was asking me what the situation regarding Falcons is. The IBM computer, as we hone in on the engine of the Murray Carter Falcon, is that really only one car is out there in contention. That's doing pretty well. That's the Bob Morris and Bill O'Brien Falcon number 7, running in 4th position with 50 laps covered. But from there on, it gets a pretty sorry sort of story. The Falcon of Moore and Gibson, Freddie Gibson, 3 laps down with 46 covered. And then car 22, Keogh and Matheson, who've been in the pits but are 13 laps behind the leader. Then Murray Carter, who's now dropped 19 laps, is in 4th among the Falcons. And then Gary Wilmington has dropped down with 25 laps lost. Dick Johnson, of course, as we follow this dice, Dick Johnson, of course, crashed on lap 17, and Alan Moffat only covered 3 laps. And the Army Falcon of Bobby Muir, only 2 laps. So only one car, number 7, still going well as far as that's concerned, Chris. But Bobby Morris is going exceptionally well. But look at the battle going on for the lead, and can the Chickadee Chicken really getting his feathers in the way of the Commodore of Alan Grice, number 6, and the big Chevy Camaro, which is chasing them.
Of course, the drivers today are chasing lap money, and quite a lot of lap money. Coca-Cola bottlers have put up $4,000, $50 per lap to the upright leader on each of the first 80 laps
Ingersoll Rand, Australia, put up $4,000 for laps 81 to 160, and the Australian Racing Drivers Club $1,000 in lap money. Unipart, of course, have the Rookie of the Year award, which is worth $2,000, open to all drivers who have not previously raced in the Hardie-Ferodo, and will be awarded to the driver finishing highest in the outright placings. We go back to the racetrack, and we will follow Bob Morris at work in the car, currently placed 4th in the pack in the Breville Everlast Channel 7 XD Falcon.
We were just looking, as we follow Bobby, we were looking at Peter Brock a while ago, as I thought, unlapping himself, but the information from the pit counter is, in fact, he's in front of the race. That Morris, because he came in and did his pit stop much earlier, is now leading the race. This is the information confirmed from the pit counter, with Alan Grice in 2nd place, and John Harvey in 3rd, and the man we're travelling with now, who's been in the pits once, Bobby Morris, in 4th outright position.
Well, going beneath the trees, which is about the only area that gives us problems with the camera car. Don't forget those people who are still ringing switchboards around Australia to all our Channel 7 stations to assist Dick Johnson, the Queensland racing driver. The Dick Johnson Racing Team should be what you write your check out to, for whatever amount of money that you would like to. But make sure you send it to ATN Channel 7, Epping, New South Wales 2121.
One of the finest drives I've seen from Dick Johnson in practice yesterday, and one of the most disgraceful exhibitions we've ever seen in the Australian racecourse to put him out of the race.
Yes, I think everyone feels very sadly for Dick Johnson. We might be able to get him back a little later on during today's telecast, but we'd love to certainly give you an update on that on the 7 News. Over to you, Chris Economaki.
Okay, I'm down here by the Ron Dixon Camaro. It's having its brake pads changed, but the story here is in the commercial. Racing regulations here at Bathurst say that a commercial line cannot have a verb in it. So, in order to comply with the rules, they had to cover up the verb. Have a Pepsi Day is not allowed. A Pepsi Day is allowed. One of the crazy regulations that motor racing has here in Australia.
I agree, Chris. And also one of the Mazda RX-7s that entered the race and has the numbers on the roof. Done out very, very nicely. Good sign writing job in the Australian flag. Also had on the car, proud to be Australian, under the flag. Cam's official said, if you'd like to pay us $500, you can leave it on. If you don't, would you please take proud to be Australian off? Everyone at NASCAR would fall out of their seats laughing about that. Okay, Bobby Morris, number 7. We've heard from Chris Economaki in the pits, who has been kept very, very busy today, that the chances are that Alan Moffat, who has already started and parked the number 1 Federation Insurance Unipart Falcon, may in fact take over the driving chores for the customary part of the race, around about mid-race, from Bobby Morris rather than Bill O'Brien. We have our 2 camera cars coming up at the moment over the top of the mountain. Number 7, Bobby Morris and Peter Williamson.
Status report on the 3 Camaros that are in the race. Car 2, that's the Dixon Stevens AFCO Finance Pepsi Camaro, has completed 50 laps. Is a lap down on the leaders. Is in 6th position. So they're pretty well in contention still in that car. The other 2 suffering a little at this stage. Number 12 is the second of the AFCO Pepsi Camaros with Dick Barber and Sam Posey, the drivers there. They've completed 48 laps. They're 4 laps down on the lead, and the same situation applies to the 9 Network Camaro of Bartlett and Forbes. They've completed 48 laps, 4 laps down.
And you can see
Sorry, Evan.
Well, we're talking about the same thing, Mike, I'm sure, and we're both as excited. There's an investigation going on the top of the mountain above the point where Dick Johnson was outed when a boulder found its way onto the track. And I've never been more happy to see police on the site in any instance as one sees there, where they're questioning spectators, and I'm sure there are plenty of willing spectators around to pass on some information, because they'd all be as disgusted as we are that someone, no matter in what sort of state that person was, could throw a rock onto the track. Anyhow, back to the pitch and Chris Economaki.
Well, a year ago, Dick Barber, you were dressed up to go racing and turned out to be a spectator. Now you've come back from America and you've had one stint at the wheel. First, what do you think of the circuit and competition? And secondly, what shape is it in?
Well, Chris, the circuit is fantastic. There's no other one like it in the world. It's kind of like Laguna Seca with its corkscrew in the United States. It's like Le Mans with a permanent facility. It's like Sebring with the atmosphere, the people having a great time. And secondly, the course is in great shape, except for the fact that there are many pieces of cars laying all over the track, including cars. You come around a blind corner, like up the cutting, and there was a car right on its lid right in front of me. And fortunately, excellent flagging warned me at a split second, so I was able to get around. I went another 300 or 400 yards, and then there was Dickie Johnson in the middle of the road. So quite a lot of drama, but it seems that the course workers are doing an excellent job, and the drivers are obeying the no passing sign.
People in Australia, Dick, are car conscious, and I guess they'd like to know your comments about the Camaros, how they're doing, and what their future against the Falcons and the Commodores might be in this kind of racing.
Well, you know, the Camaro is a car very indigenous to American racing. We race them there all the time. It's very heavy, though, compared to the Commodores and the Falcons, and of course we're stuck with the drum brakes from the rear. And as you just saw, one of our team cars had to change rear drums in maybe 2.5 hours. So it's really marginal whether we can keep the cars together for this period of time without having a few of the advantages the other cars have.
How tough are they to drive, Dick? Is it a lot of work getting around here? You're pretty wet from perspiration, I see.
Well, yes, it's work, but it's comfortable. The cars have power steering. I don't think the rest of them do. We have power brakes. So it's just a matter of the heat making you a little warm, but I came out of the car feeling great. I thought I was going to be dead.
What are you listening to on your AM/FM stereo? Dick Barber waiting now to go back in the car with Sam Posey as his co-driver. It's an all-American team. Ron Dixon, the entrant from Australia, and that's the story from the pits now, Evan.
Thank you very much, Chris. The order at the moment, leading the race, car 05, Peter Brock.
Understand, Evan, from the pits that Brock is about to pit and that Jim Richards will take over the wheel.
He has a lead of 6.1 seconds over car 6, Alan Grice. So Alan Grice will go into the lead. Well, the man who was fastest in practice yesterday among the small cars, Chris Hire in the little Golf, threading his way through traffic there, has had a lot of trouble and has been dropping back in the field. We might ask IBM just to punch up where the Golf of Chris Hire is, as they can give us information about individual cars. He's in car number 63. A front-wheel drive model, GTI, fuel-injected version. And they were very quick in practice yesterday to take fastest position as far as the small cars, but had the misfortune to break a throttle cable early in this race, went into the pits and lost quite a lot of time, and now trying to fight his way back up through the field to do as well in the class as his practice form yesterday would have suggested. And Chris Hire is a long way down the back. He's running in 10th place at the moment. He'll be sharing the wheel with Peter Lander, and they are 6 laps behind the leader in the class at the moment. That's car 54, the Gemini of Finnegan and Dane. But it's a long race, and they know the car is quick. They proved that in practice yesterday. One of the more intriguing vehicles in a race that almost inevitably over the year is going to see more and more emphasis on the smaller cars as the public taste swings towards that type of motor car. And Chris Hire in the front-wheel drive, fuel-efficient little Golf is certainly driving a car that is a car towards the future. So 4 races in one, and that's one of the cars struggling to do well in the smallest capacity here at Mount Panorama. You're watching the Hardie-Ferodo 1000, the great race. A very hot Peter Brock in the pits, sucking a tube from a drink container. He's talking to John Harvey, who's also come into the pits, and Jim Richards has taken out the car which is now in the lead. Down to you, Chris Economaki.
Okay, Peter Brock has just gotten out of the car, turned over his fuel and tires in less than 33 seconds, and a driver change. That's quite a remarkable pit stop. I'm going to try and move in here and see if I can't steal a word with Peter Brock. He's just out of the car. You through with your business, Peter? You through with your business conversations? Yeah. Okay, I know you. First of all, how did the damage occur to the left front of your car?
Small car waved me through on the outside of a corner and then changed his mind. And he closed the hole. I just locked up and I just touched him, actually. Well, obviously touched him reasonably hard, but slower traffic pulled across in front.
I noticed when you stopped just now, they paid no attention to it, made no effort to rectify it. How much damage has it done to the ability to drive the car?
Well, I just did it. I was doing 2:22 dead or something. How much about what I was qualifying at? So the car's steering beautifully. In fact, that's what I tried to tell him on the way down. The radio broke down. I'm about to throw it as far as I can. I told him I came in, I said, there is no damage to the radiator, there's no damage to the steering. Pull the mudguard away, top it up with petrol, and I'm away. But you can see the confusion in the pits. I almost ran you over.
I got it. Don't worry about me. I've never been run over yet. I get out of the way. What about your chances of catching up now?
Well, we're well in front then. We're well in front then. A pretty quick stop. I think we'll be down once Jim gets out there now. I reckon we'll be. We're around at the front right now. We caught up a fair bit then.
A little bit of a development up the road, Peter. Alan Moffat standing by for Bob Morris and make it in the car. Think that'll make the race more interesting?
I suppose so. To satisfy a few Ford fans at the top of the mountain. Very disappointed to see Dick Johnson hit the bank. Very, very close to where I had it coming together with a small car. And I will bet it was the same problem. A small car moving across in front of him, and honestly, you've got nowhere to go. Unfortunately, those sort of problems usually occur in the early part of the race. And after a few near misses, the small car drivers usually sort of are aware of the speed differential. They tend to watch the mirrors early on.
Did you know what happened to Dick Johnson?
Well, he hit the wall, retaining wall, on the exit of the...
What happened, Peter? Somebody threw a rock out. He hit the rock and crashed.
Oh, I thought it might have been a small car. That's terrible. That's terrible.
It really is. It's been a tragic thing. Not only did he crash the car, but he is an emotional wreck after it. It's a one-shot deal for them. They've lost everything.
I did see a rock on the road. In fact, I hit it myself, as a matter of fact. I came up there and the flags were just being raised because I was too far behind Dick. And I ran over a bit of rock myself. That must have been the rock.
Well, it's unbelievable that some spectators would do that. It's a sad commentary on it. Yeah. Well, take a good rest, Peter. Good luck.
Right up.
All right, a nice talk with Peter Brock as he goes back to get his rest. And back to you, Evan.
Thank you very much, Chris Economy. Well, you can see the confusion in the drivers' minds. They're not quite sure what's going on around them. And Peter had worked out his version of what must have happened to his rival, Dick Johnson. And the car's going much better than most of us thought. We thought he was in terrible trouble early on, but he's now back in the race and pulling away from Alan Grice, who's now in second spot. And here we have the scene of these two beautifully presented Camaros running around nose to tail. Camaros running a fair way back in the field.
Right behind them we've got Jim Richards at the wheel of 05, and Jim's not circulating anywhere near as quickly as Peter Brock was, but of course he's probably taken a little time just to get into the circuit on race day. He went round that lap in 2:27.
I'm sure that Peter Brock would have said there's a lot of garbage out there, bits of broken cars and a few bits of gravel on the road. And Jim Richards will spend a couple of laps just getting the feel of the car to see how the brake pedal is. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if he rather doubted whether the car is as good as Peter Brock was saying, because it looks as though it's been knocked around with that battered front end. And he's just sort of feeling himself into it. But a magnificent driver, Jim Richards, came from New Zealand, where he had a great reputation for both racing and rallying. And in fact, if he didn't bother racing, he'd be one of the top rally drivers in the world. He is phenomenally good on slippery surfaces, which is a talent he shows whenever it rains on the racetracks, because there's no finer wet weather driver in Australia than the former New Zealander.
The two Avco Pepsi Camaros going round the circuit together at the moment. They're just ahead of Jim Richards in 0.5. The leading Camaro of those two is number 12 with Sam Posey at the wheel, followed up by car 2 with Ron Dixon. But Dixon, in fact, is in front by a couple of laps on the racetrack. Bartlett and Forbes in the 9 Network Camaro have completed 53 laps. In fact, they're all 53 laps.
Yes, it's all 4 behind the leaders at this stage. So the Camaro's all going around the same. The Bartlett Forbes car was running second until they ran into rear brake troubles. And this procession is something that Jim Richards decides he'll break up, and he pulls out alongside.
Well, Bob Stevens must obviously be at the wheel of the car number 2 Camaro at the moment. They've gone in for the pit stop that puts them all on the same lap. The 3 Camaros have all completed 53 laps and are 4 laps down on the lead.
Racing down Breville Straight. Not going terribly quickly, though. They must all have in their minds now the fact that they do have a braking problem. If they drive hard, they're not going to finish this race. Bob Stevens, well known to New South Wales racing fans, especially for his exploits in an old Ford Mustang, at the wheel for Ron Dixon.
Okay, let's take a look shortly inside the car of Bobby Morris, and we believe that Bobby Morris will be partnered in today's Hardie-Ferodo 1000 by Alan Moffat, and there will be a driver change effected in approximately 17 minutes time. Okay, let's go inside the car. Bobby's in good shape, we won't worry him, he's trying to make up time. Coming up to the top of the mountain. Hear the engine revving. Cuts into the right hand side, now swings out to the left, trims the wall. Stays about mid-track now. Into the left-hander. Out against the white line. Get ready for the dip and the turn left here. That concrete wall. Intimidating. Now, through the gears. We go over the top of the mountain. The right now to the left.
Squealing there as Bobby Morris throws the car around, straightens up, and the view opens up ahead of him, and he zips down Conrod Straight. Not a car in sight in front of him at the moment as he approaches the first hump. His left hand there on the gear lever, up another notch, over the hump.
I think he's playing with the air conditioning there. He's working on a couple of switches on the left. Maybe trying to persuade a bit more ventilation in, because it'd be very hot out there, and you can see how the windscreen is plastered with insects.
Coming to the braking area at Murray's corner. Changing down. Around we go with Bobby Morris. Another gear change. Back across the start-finish line. Change down. The left-hander. And on the way up Mountain Straight.
Fairly angry Bobby Morris there, calling out to the driver of the car in front and waving his fist as he went by.
Telling him to back off. And Bobby Morris roaring up Mountain Straight. A little irate with that smaller capacity car that was backing his line there as he came out of pit straight and took the left-hander in a Mountain Straight.
One thing I think we should recognise is the drivers in this race, particularly in the quick cars, are under immense emotional pressure. They've got to be at absolutely top pitch in terms of concentration for the full period of the race, and they get very wound up. It's a frightening business, as you can see. You know, put you into the front seat of the car alongside Bob Morris, and you could really have imagined just how hard it is, how close to the walls they go, how he has to try and save the tyres by not picking up the gravel. And Bob Morris trying terribly hard, carrying the forward flag for him. Still has a chance of outright victory. Goes past the Chris Hire car, down through the S's again. A frightening part of the circuit here. Got some slower cars in front.
As we take a ride around Mount Panorama at Bathurst with Bobby Morris, and approximately 12 minutes before a driver change is effected, and then you'll be able to join Alan Moffat behind the wheel. We'll take a break and return to all the live action of the Hardie-Ferodo 1000.
Go for it, Bobby Morris. Oh, and he fights the car across the top. What a great performance Bobby Morris is putting up. It's like a pressure cooker inside that car. The heat, the noise, the speed, the traffic around you. To try and stay cool and calm and collected under those conditions is asking an awful lot from anyone, and the attrition rate is terribly high, not just amongst the cars, amongst the drivers too, but Bob and the cars and the camera standing up to it remarkably well at this stage.
Yes, doing a great job indeed is Bobby Morris. As we said, Chris O'Connor-Mackie is positioning himself in the pit area, and we have about 10 minutes before Bob is due in. There you can see the camera, how it just changed across. That was activated to show you the road. Now down through the gears, onto pit straight. Pedal to the metal and run. Bobby Morris down into the left-hander now.
Interesting development, Mike. Just had word that car 35, the Don Smith Barry Seaton Capri, is in 8th position outright.
Goodness me.
Leading the class, obviously, the 3-litre class, and in 8th position outright.
Okay, we'll give you one more lap around the mountain with Bobby Morris, folks. Just watch the speed at which he catches some of these slower cars up to GTX Bend.
I would say, as we watch Bob Morris's car, that a lot of people will be concerned about some of the instrumentation. You may have seen on the right-hand side of the dashboard an amber. Oh, did you see that? There was a tray of one of the rescue vehicles on the left, and he just missed it as he came around the corner. Anyhow, on the right-hand side, there's a big amber warning light, and I think you'll find that that is to flash a signal if anything goes wrong in the car. The whole of the instrumentation will be linked up to, as they do in Grand Prix cars, so that the light will flash if anything goes wrong, and then you can look for the instrument to find which particular item may be at fault. He has the standard instruments plus a few more. A special panel in front of the camera, as you can see, as he comes up hard upon the Bill Gates Toyota Levin. And over on the right, you can see that amber light there. So if something goes wrong, it'll be so clear that Morris then will look to see whether it's oil pressure or water temperature or what it might be. Morris working hard as he goes down through the mountains. The man who won here in 1976 under very emotional conditions was the national touring car champion last year. Started this year with the Craven Mile team. Didn't have a very happy season. Switched to the Falcon halfway through. Ran for the first time at Sandown Park. And was pretty happy with the car, although he retired with an overheating problem, but he thought it was a good effort for the first run, and now he's doing exceptionally well and has taken over from Dick Johnson as the man who is carrying the main hopes for the Ford camp. Unhappily, the car number one, the Alan Moffat vehicle, was one of the first retirements. He only went a few laps and called in after 3 circuits with such oil problems that he had to retire from the race because his team had put together an engine overnight, and unfortunately there was no chance to bed in the rings, and they didn't go in properly, and he had to pull out with a loss of oil. But he may take over from Bill O'Brien as co-driver in this car, which really would have the Ford fans up in the top of the hill shouting with glee.
Well, they need something to shout about because I think it's the only well, really competitive Ford left on the track at this stage, and so there's a lot of hopes resting on it. And Alan Moffat comes up with the pot of gold again, perhaps.
Yes.
He gets, well, obviously he's going to get to share the drive in this car, and could be right in amongst the thick of things again at Bathurst.
And talking of Fords, I've had a message passed up from Ross Palmer, who was the entrant for Dick Johnson in his car, and he's naturally terribly upset at what happened, but he has said that he'll be continuing his involvement with Dick Johnson. He'll put his entire advertising budget in to help him, and he says, I'm sure we'll be here next year, provided the ARDC can assure all competitors they'll have absolute crowd control at all times. And I also know that Mike Raymond is just checking on the situation as far as the appeal is concerned, and we'll have some information for you about the appeal at a later stage for you.
That's
in the
right.
meantime, as we watch Bobby Morris, he's still hard at work and going terribly fast. As you can see how close he comes to the fence up the top of the mountain, and the sort of stress he must be going through to keep that big car going so very fast down the top of the hill.
We have about 7 minutes, Evan, before Bobby Morris will come into pit, and his place will then be taken by Alan Moffat, and a great sporting act on the part of Bill O'Brien, who was co-driving in the Everlast Breville Channel 7 entry, to stand down because he believes that the car is running so strongly at the moment that if Alan Moffat can step into the car and give relief to Bob, that they'll be able to keep up their lap time. So I think it's a great effort on the part of Bill O'Brien, and I think, as I said before, we're about 7 or 6 minutes away before the driver change is effected, and Chris Economaki is already positioning himself in the pit area, and our cameras will cover the driver change, and we'll be able to give you a readout on time.
Looks like Fred Gibson and Joe Moore, their Falcon is out of business, the King George Tavern Falcon. They've had a fire in the motor, and it's been pushed behind the grid.
You might say it's overdone.
Yep. Just a little
bearing in mind Joe Moore's restaurant associations.
Here's Bobby Morris along pit straight. Happy birthday, Barry Seaton.
Tell you what, I think all his birthdays have come at once. If the car continues to run the way that it is, leading the 3-litre class and in 8th position outright at the moment.
I think, in fact, Barry's in the pits having his birthday cake. There'll be Don Smith, who's co-driver of Longstanding at the wheel now, who'll do a number of modest laps. Won't put a mark on the car if he follows past traditions. We'll just keep circulating and hand the car back to Barry, and they'll be going for a higher position outright, and hopefully the class award, which they presently are leading from the Masterton Bond car.
Well, that's the Alpha Courier sponsored Ford Capri. Barry Seaton, who is one of the all-time greats in terms of the small cars, steers them around very, very capably. There you can see the readout from our IBM computer of how they are running in class. Barry Seaton and Don Smith ahead of the Masterton Holmes entry of Colin Bond and Steve Masterton. In third, car number 37, the Capri of Peter Hopwood and Daly. In fourth place, 29, another Capri, the Nelson Farrell entry. Number 34, the Commodore, the Taylor Kennedy entry. Followed by number 31, that's in 6th place, that's the Stuart Warner Capri. In 7th place, car 28, the Mazda of Bryant and Shield. In 8th place, number 30, the Mazda of McLeod and Brewster. And in 9th place, number 39, the Mazda of Jones and Leeds. Our thanks to IBM.
And unhappily, a lot of those from about the 5th one down, Mike, the cars aren't running. which just shows you the way the field really has been affected among the smaller cars as well. The big ones, there are only a couple of them competitive, but it's a pretty fair scrap being led by this car at the moment among those. And Don Smith lifts the wheel up and takes the car out close to the fence. The retirement rate, in fact, has been quite severe. The first car to go was the Army Falcon of Muir and Hibbard, which only did 2 laps and retired with mechanical problems. Soon to follow, unhappily again, was Alan Moffat. John Fitzpatrick, who came from America, where he now resides, didn't get a drive. But they went out with rings that just hadn't bedded in, and Alan Moffat was out of the race with his original entry after 3 laps. The Mazda of Jones and Leeds crashed. And that was a car that was expected to do exceptionally well in view of Barry Jones's success at Amaru Park meetings this year. And they went out after only 9 laps. The Jaguar of Goss and Gillard, a car we haven't had a chance to follow because unfortunately it didn't last very long. A most interesting entry, a delightful car which John Goss was running, but they had mechanical troubles and it only survived 14 laps. They did have an engine prepared originally for the race and weren't very happy with it, put a standard motor in and didn't practice, so it was a car.
Oh, hell, there is.
We have a fire in the pits. It's Chris Hire.
63, the Golf, the VW Golf of Chris Hire.
Look at the glove.
Gloves are on fire. That was
like
a refueling fire, and that was a big fire too. It was extinguished very, very quickly, but by goodness me, there was fire everywhere in the pits.
There was a great flash from the back of the car. The tank went. Now, they're the gloves of this man, I'd say, whether it's the driver or one of the pitmen. A lot of people affected then. It was the Chris Hire Golf. Other cars are clear. There's no other car in the pits at that moment. You can see the tail of the Golf, which was running 10th in its class, but had been fast in practice yesterday. The pall of smoke
Aerial view there from the Channel 7 helicopter. You can see the fire is under control. Very quick to get to it, just as well too, but I would think that their racing is done for the day.
Yes, there's no way they'd clean the car up. There's so much foam on it. You can see the great white spot there on the pit lane where the foam has been doused. It really was an enormous fire for just a fraction. Only went for about 2 or 3 seconds, and then it was put out so quickly by the fire marshals here.
We'll recall the fire in the Alan Moffat pit some 3 years ago, and that fire that we just witnessed was much worse than that, but it was out almost as fast. Chris Economaki is moving into position down in the pits to give us a report on that flash fire. If you hear us, Chris, take it away. We're just getting into position now. As you can imagine, there's some confusion down in the pit area. And our pit man today, Chris Economaki, has to make sure they can get in close enough for the action, but then stay out of the pit road so that someone doesn't run him over that's trying to get back onto the track.
Chris Hire had completed 49 laps and was in 39th position overall, 10th in the 1.6 litre class.
Chris Hire, I'm not sure what he's driving. He's walking around there. He's got most of his uniform off, but he may have taken it off because of the fire. We did see a red glove burning. It looked like a driver's glove, although it may have been used by one of the refueling crew. The marshal's not too sure about it. They're looking around and just checking to make sure that it's out. Over to you now, Chris Economaki.
Well, we're down here by number 63. Between the cars coming and the fire equipment, our wires are getting stretched a little bit taut. The car is covered with fire extinguishers. How you feeling?
A bit warm.
A bit warm. How did the fire start?
I wish I knew.
And did it get much of it get to you?
Right, a bit warm on my back, that's about all.
I saw a glove out on the track on fire. Was that your glove you threw off?
No, that wasn't mine. That was one of the fire fuel fillers.
Okay, now taking a look at the car, will you be able to get it back in?
I
think so, huh?
All right for the day now.
Gotta wait till next year, huh?
Yep.
Okie doke, better luck next time. Well, it's just a flash fire. Unfortunately, the results are purely mechanical. Not so many burns for any people about. Back to you.
Thank you, Chris Economaki, and a real tribute there to the efficiency of the fire marshals here. We haven't had to test them in the past like that. As Mike Raymond was saying, we had a fire which actually injured a marshal's hand some time ago when before the dry brake system, and Alan Moffat's car caught fire, but that was nothing compared to that. That was a match flame compared to a forest fire. That really boomed and lasted for a couple of seconds and then was totally extinguished. But unhappily, the car has been drowned as well. Whatever damage may have been done by the fire has certainly been added to by the amount of foam put in, but a very dangerous potential situation has been avoided. Bad luck for Chris Hire. Had a lot lot of hopes of doing well, particularly after his very fast practice time yesterday, which saw him at the top of the list among the 1.6 litre cars. Well, now we've got Dick Johnson back in the pits and maybe feeling just a little more philosophical about things. To see what he's like, once again, it's back to Chris Economaki.
Well, we're down here in the pits with Dick Johnson and his car owner, Ross Palmer. We told you before that it's the sad story of Dick and how he left the race while leading. But I understand up in the booth now, you have an announcement for Dick and car owner Ross Palmer, Mike Raymond. Perhaps you could tell Dick firsthand what that announcement is. Hello, Mike. I guess.
Okay. Dick and Ross, can you both hear us down there? Can you both hear us?
The Ford Motor Company.
I can.
Okay, all right, that'll do. Dick, our switchboards around Australia have been jammed with people who have wanted really to do something to keep you racing. We understand the budget that has been consumed and the what happened on top of the mountain that has prevented you from continuing on in the race. And we've also had a call from Edsel Ford. And Edsel Ford has agreed to match on behalf of the Ford Motor Company, dollar for dollar, any money donated by viewers of Channel 7 to the Dick Johnson racing team. And I think that is a magnificent effort on the part of Edsel Ford on behalf of the Ford Motor Company. So every dollar that goes to the team from viewers of Channel 7 who send something along to you, care of ATN Channel 7 in Sydney, that money will be matched dollar for dollar by Edsel Ford on behalf of the Ford Motor Company.
Well, Mike, that's to me is unbelievable, because I don't know exactly what to say, because something like this has never happened to me before, and certainly in the first instance I hope it never has to happen again. But I would sincerely like to thank all those people and Edsel Ford for his true support, because I know that with our car, the Ford Falcon, the way it was more than capable of winning this race and doing it easy, because believe me, the car was superb, and I owe just so much to those boys who have put so much time into it. Thank you very much, Mike.
Dick, I don't think your car owner Ross knows, Edsel Ford, on behalf of the Ford Motor Company, has offered to match dollar for dollar any monies that are contributed by the listeners to this telecast in hopes to get you people back in business. I happen to know Mr. Ford. He's a racer from the States. We like to call him a racer. That means he belongs. He enjoys the sport. He has a great feeling and an empathy for it. And I think that's a wonderful gesture on Mr. Ford's part. And I hope that the contributions are high enough to where you can get back in business.
That's absolutely magnificent. I'd just like to make one comment. I'm not the actual owner of the car. Dick has put his life savings on the line in this car, and a small group of Queensland companies have got together to help get our act together here at Bathurst. It's just unbelievable this could happen, but it has.
Well, I think what we're seeing here today now is that a company, a multinational company, can have a heart like the Ford Motor Company. And I extend my personal thanks to Mr. Ford and the Ford Motor Company. 3 cheers, and lots better luck for you guys.
Well, they've still got the car to do the job. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, back to the boat.
Okay, thank you, Chris, and I'll just repeat that again so that we're absolutely specific. That Edsel Ford, on behalf of the Ford Motor Company, has agreed to match dollar for dollar for the funds donated by viewers of Channel 7 to the Dick Johnson racing team. And you can send any contribution along that you may wish to put, and keep in mind it has to be sent to ATN Channel 7, New South Wales 2121.